have found your cozy place. Thank you, Clara Robbins, for this beautiful piano melody at the beginning. And now it's time for me to welcome you for the final session of the Gaza Tribunal here in Istanbul. For the next 3 to 4 days, we will be witnessing, we will be discussing and analyzing everything that has been going on in Gaza for the past 2 years mostly, and for the past period in general. During this conference, in 4 days, we will reach the final verdict for the war crimes and genocide happening in Gaza by Israel at the moment. And at this point, after saying welcome again, I will call Richard Falk, President of the Gaza Tribunal, to address you and wish you a good morning.
Good morning and welcome. It is a special honor for me to welcome all of you, and especially our distinguished jury of conscience, to this final session of the Gaza People's Tribunal. We are also grateful to those who have traveled long distances to participate as witnesses and experts. I also want to pay tribute to all of the dedicated members of the steering committee and our 3 chambers that have worked tirelessly these past months to make the Gaza Tribunal become a reality. We are grateful to the sponsors who initially came to invite Hilal Elver and myself to take on this responsibility of organizing the tribunal, a task we have been devoted to for more than a year. Without the support of Taha Ayhan and his associates, as well as the Islamic Cooperative Youth Forum, we would not have had the resources to make this tribunal a reality. We thank him and his associates also for upholding the pledge of political independence from any interference by politicians in this endeavor and in our efforts. Finally, we thank the University of Istanbul for providing us with the hosting auspices. We convene at a critical moment of paused genocidal assault on the Palestinian civilian population of occupied Gaza, with lethal spillover effects in the West Bank. Although thankful for this pause in bombardment and drone missiles and surveillance and disastrous effects consisting of prior periodic cutoffs in the delivery of humanitarian aid, it is far from enough. We should be on our guard against supposing that the genocide is over or that a just peace is on its way. This is the time for vigilance not a time to suppose that the urgent challenge posed by the Gaza genocide has become a matter of history. We must remind ourselves that the surviving Gazan population continues to be struggling day by day with homelessness, hunger, disease, injuries, the pain of lost and mutilated loved ones, induced chaos, and a variety of Israeli violent provocations. Gazans continue to be confronted with the instabilities of an ultra-dangerous wasteland, undoubtedly haunted by fears that the high-intensity genocide of preceding months could resume at any moment. The global media, the Arab and Muslim majority countries, have shifted their focus from genocide to the Trump diplomacy, creating this widespread illusion that peacefulness is taking over. The Trump initiative has yielded a fragile ceasefire, to be sure, properly welcomed by most of the world, and especially by the desperate survivors of the past 2 years in Gaza. The Trump diplomacy claims to go further, boasting of having found a solution for the underlying conflict by way of a 20-point plan crafted with the approval of Israel's government, a plan that harkens back to colonial times. It is even overseen by a so-called Board of Peace headed by Donald Trump, to be administered under the direction of Tony Blair. There are no provisions for accountability in relation to the crimes that have been committed. Quite the contrary. Both the perpetrator of genocide and the chief enabler have suddenly assumed the mantle of peacemaker before the stunned eyes and ears of the world. We should be aware that Israel has not even renounced the genocidal goals of establishing Greater Israel by absorbing the Palestinian territories within its sovereign territorial space. It is against this Janus-faced background that the final session of the GPT meets. Janus is the Roman god who faced in two directions. One face looked at what has gone before. The other face looks at what is to come. It is the god of transitions and also of false hopes. So it is with the Gaza Tribunal. In the coming days, the jury will listen to survivor testimony from persons who have lived through this terrible ordeal in Gaza that started days after the Hamas attack of October 7th, 2023. It will also hear expert witnesses addressing the main components of genocide as the devastation of more than 83% of Gaza homes, the destruction of water, electricity, and sanitation infrastructure, the deliberate targeting of hospitals, places of worship, heritage sites, schools and universities, as well as assassinations carried out against journalists, doctors, health and aid delivery personnel, and truth tellers, as well as UNRWA staff members. We wish to make clear that the Gaza Tribunal is not trying to compete with or mimic conventional courts by adjudicating between antagonistic parties from a starting point of neutrality. It is openly partisan and does not proceed from the adage, innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. At the same time, we take note of the judicial professionalism of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court that provides a firm grounding in international law for the work of the Gaza Tribunal and its pronouncements. The Gaza Tribunal came into being as an act of conscience on the part of unaffiliated persons in civil society around the world and guided by a multinational steering committee and an advisory policy council. From the start, it has benefited immensely from the robust and persuasive participation of its Palestinian members with respect to all tribunal activities. The Gaza Tribunal should be considered as one of several instruments for providing people with a truthful account of the horrifying events unfolding in Gaza over the past 2 years, and acting as a call to action on behalf of a justice-oriented, durable peace achieved through Palestinian participation throughout, which has not been allowed to occur at this point to any extent. Such an undertaking partakes of the same motivations that inform the struggle of fearless journalists to file commentaries on the images of daily atrocities happening in Gaza. In this sense, the GPT is a form of societal resistance to state propaganda and media bias, thus which selectively filter news imports so as to convey a pro-Israeli slant. A recent attempt is the incredible attention to the relative and joyful reception of 20 living Israeli hostages taken captive during the Hamas-led attack. This attention, confronted with treating the comparable release of 1,900 Palestinians, mostly arbitrarily imprisoned and badly abused, without being worthy of the slightest notice. The contrast, the double standards in reporting this hostage prisoner release reinforces the central aim of the Israel propaganda machine to present itself as victim rather than as perpetrator. The Gaza Tribunal also gives credit to the UN efforts to circumvent the geopolitics that paralyze preventive enforcement actions that could have challenged the genocide at its initial stage. As long as the geopolitical muscle of the Western liberal democracies stood shoulder to shoulder with Israel's military campaign, the UN was politically paralyzed. What the UN did do, and deserves credit for doing, is to join the symbolic politics of the legitimacy war that is won or lost by the side that gains control of the legal and moral public discourse. The UN did this by the special procedures of the Human Rights Council that established a Gaza Commission of Inquiry composed of international law and human rights experts that released a month ago an 82-page report that documented in detail the Gaza genocide. Even more dramatic were the 3 superbly researched reports on the genocide submitted by Francesca Albanese, the unpaid UN Special Rapporteur. Despite facing taunting harassments and hurtful defamation, Ms. Albanese bravely was threatened. Yes, was bravely threatened in her heroic efforts to carry the truth to a wider public to counter the official lies and propaganda. For her efforts, she was subjected to unprecedented sanctions by the U.S. government, barring entry to the U.S. to deliver her report to the General Assembly and having her American assets frozen, all in violation of the U.S. obligation to uphold the host country treaty. In another brazen move, the U.S. denied visas to representatives of the PLO while welcoming the Israeli Prime Minister. Unsurprisingly, the President of Colombia called for the movement of the UN from the U.S., which prompted Washington to take punitive action in the form of the cutoff of all economic aid to Colombia. As the proponents of the genocide in Gaza use their hard and soft power to seek to make people swallow lies, the Gaza Tribunal, UN Special Rapporteurs, and indeed journalists and witnesses struggle with words, resistance, and solidarity to make truth triumph. The gradual consensus that Israel has become a pariah or rogue state is solid evidence that Palestinians are winning or have won the legitimacy war. The record of colonial wars since 1945 is that the winner of the legitimacy war eventually controls the political outcome, although often at the cost of great human suffering. The U.S. should have learned this lesson in Vietnam, where it dominated all phases of the military combat and yet lost the war. It is against this background that we have invited distinguished moral and legal authority figures to be members of our jury of conscience. The jury will hear in the coming days from witnesses and experts that will provide substantive support for allegations of genocide and crimes against humanity. At the end of the process, the jury will deliver its verdict on the salient questions emergent from the testimonies that they have heard, and later deliver a consensus document that sets forth their reasoning in more detail. This will be included in the book that is planned to be published as soon as possible that summarizes the work of the Gaza Tribunal. It is our hope that each juror will also be moved to write a reflective essay for the book that gives their personalized account of their experience in confronting genocide in this manner. The Gaza Tribunal aims at more than a confirmation of the genocide and making a contribution to the legitimacy war. Present conditions in Gaza and the West Bank require more than words or symbolic politics. It requires action and commitment. Israel is continuing behind the screen of this deceptive diplomacy of supposed peacemaking to pursue the Zionist endgame of Palestinian erasure and creative and greater Israel. The Knesset is on the apparent verge of passing a bill calling upon the government to annex the West Bank. And its repeated violations of the ceasefire in recent days have given evidence that it's not pursuing the path of peace, but rather seems to be seeking the provocation of Hamas to provide a pretext for renewing the full fury of its genocidal assault. In conclusion, we hope the jury of conscience will share our sense of urgency to expose the realities not only of what has happened, but what is happening. Now is the time for solidarity, initiatives with the Palestinian struggle for basic rights. Now is the time to insist on Israeli accountability for the commission of the crime of crimes. Now is the time to expose the moral hypocrisy of the complicit supporter of prolonged and transparent genocide carried out against an essentially helpless and innocent population. We pledge our support for the jury of conscience and to carry on with the work of this tribunal, and thank all of you who have helped us carry the process this far. The struggle goes on. Justice will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Folk. As they say, when voices fade, conscience is made. Now, I will introduce you, jury of conscience, and each one of you, as I mention your name, I will ask you kindly to just step on the stage and sit into your chair. So, Christine Chenkin is the first member of the jury. She's a professor of FBA, SMG, is Emerita Professor of International Law at the London School of Economy and Global Law Professor at the University of Michigan. She's author or co-author of several books on international law, including The Boundaries of International Law and Feminist Analysis in 20. Murad was born in Paris to a Turkish mother and an Indian father. Before studying psychology and psychology at the Sorbonne, she met a real family and discovered her Muslim roots at the age of 18. From 1969 to 1982, she reported for the French weekly news magazine Le Nouvel Observateur, specializing in the Middle East and the Indian subcontinent, covering, among the other major world events, the Lebanese Civil War, the Ethiopian Revolution, Revolution, and the Palestine-Israeli conflict. In 1980, Princess, which was largely based on the life of her mother, an exiled Ottoman princess. This enjoyed huge success both in Kenezi's native France, but also around the world, being translated into 30. Which again focuses on India and the different and testimonies of ordinary people in a war-torn society, published in English by is the translation of this major work. But since then, all her books have been boycotted by the French media, very much under Zionist influence. Even if her two books, In the City of Gold and Silver, the real story of an Indian Muslim queen who led the first revolution against the British, and In the Land of the Pure, geopolitical novel taking place in Pakistan, have nothing to do with the Israeli-Palestine conflict. Nowadays, Gaza Murad is living in Istanbul. She precedes since 20 years the France-Turkey Literary Prize, and her awards are Officer of Arts and Letters, Knight of the Legion of Honor. We also have Chandra Muzaffar. Dr. Chandra Muzaffar is the president of the International Movement for a Just World, an international NGO based in Malaysia, which seeks to critic global injustice and to develop an alternative vision of a just and compassionate civilization guided by universal spiritual and moral values. He has published extensively on civilizational dialogue, international politics, religion, human rights, and Malaysian society. The author and editor of 42 books in English and Malay, many of his writings have been translated into other languages. Among Chandra's latest publications are A Changing World, Emerging Realities, it's an ebook, and Palestine Reflecting on One of the Noblest Struggles for Justice, ebook 2. Today, apart from his role in JUST, Chandra sits on the board of a member of a number of international NGOs concerned with social justice and civilizational dialogue. Chandra was a professor and the director of the Center for Civilizational Dialogue, University of Malaya from 1997 to 1999, and a professor of global studies at University Sens Malaysia 2007 to 2012. Chandra is the recipient of a number of international awards related to his scholarship and social activism. Chandra is married to Mariam Mortrasim, and they have 2 daughters. And we have Gaza Karmi. Dr. Gaza Karmi is a Palestinian physician, academic, and author whose life and work have been profoundly shaped by the experience of exile and the Palestinian struggle for justice. Gaza Karmi was born in Jerusalem and was forced to leave her home with her family as a result of Israelis' creation in 1948. The family moved to England in 1949, and she pursued higher education and earned a medical degree from the University of Bristol. She later specialized in public health, particularly on migrant health and support for undeserved communities. Karmi began to engage more directly with Palestinian political activism. She co-founded the first British-Palestinian medical charity that aimed to address the healthcare needs of Palestinians living under occupation and in refugee camps. Dr. Karmi has become one of the most prominent voices articulating the Palestinian narrative in both scholarly and public forums. She has taught at SOAS at the University of Exeter and has written extensively on Middle Eastern politics, identity, and displacement. Her acclaimed books include In Search of Fatima, A Palestinian Story, Married to Another Man, Israeli's Dilemma in Palestine, and Return, A Palestinian Memoir. Beyond her books, Karmi has contributed articles and commentary to numerous international outlets. She has also appeared in documentaries and public debates, consistently advocating for Palestinian rights and challenging dominant media narratives that marginalize Palestinian perspectives. Dr. Karmi continues to speak and write internationally, combining her medical, scholarly, and activist perspectives to advocate for justice, equality, and the right of return for Palestinians. Sami Al-Aryan is a professor and the founding director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul Zaim University. He lived in the United States for 4 decades, where he was a tenured academic. Dr. Al-Aryan founded numerous institutions and publications in the fields of education, research, religion, interfaith work, advocacy, civil and human rights, and Palestine, foreign policy, and international relations. In 2001, Newsweek named him a premier civil rights activist in the US for his efforts to repeal the use of secret evidence in immigration courts. In 2012, historians profiled him in the Encyclopedia of American Dissidents as one of only 3 Muslims in the United States among 152 dissidents and prisoners of conscience included over the past century, alongside the legend of Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali. Dr. Al-Aryan was a prolific speaker across many US campuses, and since relocating to Turkey, at venues worldwide, Dr. Al-Aryan is also the author of dozens of studies, articles, and books on topics related to Islam and the West, the Islamic Ummah, Islamophobia, civil rights, Palestine, the Arab Spring, the Middle East, and the American foreign policy. Since the Israeli genocide in Gaza in 2023, Dr. Al-Aryan has been widely featured in programs around the world in multiple languages and has advocated for the dismantling of Zionist structures worldwide based on his theory of the 12 pillars of Israeli imperatives. And Biljana Vankovska. Biljana Vankovska is a retired professor of political science, peace studies, and international relations from Skopje, is in Northern Macedonia. She serves as a board member of the Transnational Foundation for Peace and Future Research in Lund, Sweden, and is a member of the No Cold War International Collective. Throughout her career, Professor Vankovska has held several distinguished academic and research positions, including guest senior research fellow at the Copenhagen Peace Research Institute, faculty member of the European Peace University in Stadtschlaning in Austria, and senior fellow at the Geneva Center for the Democratic Control of Armed Forces. She was also actively involved in the RECOM Initiative for Truth and Reconciliation in the territory of the former Yugoslavia. And for the first panel, overviewing the work of the Gaza Tribunal chambers, you will be hosted and moderated by our dear professor, Penny Green. So Penny Green, hello and welcome.
I'll start again. My name is Penny Green. I'm Professor of Law and Globalization and Director of the International State Crime Initiative at Queen Mary, University of London. I'm on the steering committee of the Gaza People's Tribunal, and I'll be moderating today's session. I just want to remind, though Richard did mention this in his talk towards the end, that this is a people's tribunal, it is not a judicial court. And I think it's very important for us to understand that we exist in the tradition of the Russell Tribunal and the Permanent People's Tribunal that was based in Rome. So the jury will listen to all of the expert and witness testimony that will be delivered today and over the course of the next 3 days. And they will then ask questions of those who are delivering testimony, if they require to do so. And then at the end of the 3 days, they will deliberate and basically prepare a concluding statement on all that they have heard. Before we begin the next session, I just want to remind speakers that we are sticking to a very tight 10-minute delivery time. We're already running a little late. It's not too bad, but and there are moments where we can catch up. So I think now we will move to the chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Just before we start, my apologies for interrupting. If anyone from the audience needs a simultaneous translation, you can find it at the entrance. Our team made sure that you all hear everything today and understand. Thank you.
I'll ask people to try to face this way. Thanks. Okay, so as Richard mentioned, the tribunal, the initial segment of our People's Tribunal was organised around 3 chambers, basically one relating to international law, another to international relations and world order, and the third, history, ethics, criminology and philosophy. So I'm going to start off and welcome to discuss a tight summary of all of the work that Chamber 1 on international law did. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Susan Akram. Thank you, Susan. And could I ask speakers, because in order for the jury to hear adequately, to slightly face towards the jurors, if that's possible.
Good morning, and welcome all of us to Istanbul. It's always a pleasure to be here in this wonderful historic city. My task is simply to introduce the objectives and the work of the International Law Chamber of the Gaza Tribunal. In the face of a complete failure of international law to prevent or halt a genocide, we as civil society have only the power of our voices and the ability to name the criminals, create a record of the crimes, and provide the evidence for accountability in the future. These were the objectives of Chamber 1, the International Law Chamber of the Gaza People's Tribunal, some of whom you will hear from today, while the testimonies of others were presented at the Sarajevo session and at another tribunal-related session in Alicante, Spain, earlier this year. Our task has been to assemble and assess the available evidence on the crimes and violations of human rights that Israel has been committing, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression and genocide. The Chamber 1 experts have produced legal analyses on each of these crimes under the relevant treaties and humanitarian law, which will be compiled in the final Gaza Tribunal written proceedings. It's important to note that our aim was not, as Richard Falk mentioned, to duplicate what has already been analyzed in the cases pending or decided by the International Criminal Court or the International Court of Justice, but to supplement and fill the gaps in those proceedings. It has also been our aim to identify the weaknesses in the existing legal tribunals and the frameworks within which they operate. For example, we attempted to frame issues that are not adequately covered in existing law, such as ecocide, scholasticide, ethnic cleansing, the use of technology to target and massively kill civilians, and identify weaknesses in occupation law and the right of occupied people to resist. In support of the legal frameworks, we marshaled survivor, witness, and expert testimony from Palestinian, regional, and international civil society organizations, and others who could provide credible evidence about these crimes. This evidence was presented at the public sessions in Sarajevo, and more will be presented over the next few days. In a full day of testimonies in Sarajevo, experts and eyewitnesses called by Chamber 1 addressed the root causes of the genocide, covering the Nakba and the colonial project in Palestine. Our experts addressed the elements of genocide, connecting it to apartheid, and the denial of Palestinian self-determination. Building on the root causes and the legal frameworks of the foundational crimes, our experts provided testimony on distinct patterns of genocide. For example, the crimes and wrongs of torture, the holding of political prisoners incommunicado, and arbitrary detention of thousands of Palestinians without charge or trial, held hostage by Israel, but not characterized by the media or public as such. The related crimes of famine and deprivation of the right to food were also detailed by witnesses, including the complete destruction of agriculture, access to water, and the prevention of vital humanitarian aid from entering in the ongoing crippling siege of Gaza. Finally, Chamber 1 experts have analyzed particular types of war crimes that have reached a level of intensity and scope in Gaza not seen in recent conflicts around the world. The massive disproportionate targeting of civilians, the almost complete and deliberate destruction of the Gaza healthcare system, and the targeting of reproductive systems. In Sarajevo, Dr. Mini Sayed and Dr. Thaer Ahmed, who have both served in Gaza, provided detailed evidence of the purposeful shooting of children in the head, the disproportionate numbers of children targeted for death by the Israeli military. According to Dr. Sayed, over 80% of the children she treated in Gaza were under the age of 10. They testified about the effects of lack of medication, lack of clean water, lack of electricity, lack of anesthesia on women and children in particular, all magnified by the deliberately enforced famine. The doctors discussed their struggles to save lives in surgery, even conducting operations without anesthesia, to learn that their patients had died of famine or were targeted again for death after leaving the hospital. Testimonials from Gaza and Gazans outside the territory highlighted just a fraction of the plethora of evidence available to support the elements of crimes of apartheid, genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Of course, our overall challenge is to the international legal system itself that has utterly failed in its most critical task, preventing and halting the worst of international crimes, that of genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, and for keeping so well to time. Can I now call on Chamber 2, Craig McIver, who will be delivering online. And Craig will summarise the work of the Chamber 2, which dealt with international relations and world order. Welcome, Craig.
Thank you, Penny. Distinguished members of the jury, Chamber 2 is responsible for examining international relations and world order, including the response of international institutions and the broader international order to the genocide in Gaza. Chamber 2 is comprised of recognized experts in international relations, international law, and in Palestine, the names of whom you will find in your materials. Distinguished jury, the findings of Chamber 2 are a story of contrasts, the contrast between the human rights promise of the post-war international order on the one hand, and the absolute abject failure of the international system to deliver on that promise on the other hand. The contrast between the courageous and principled action of some in the international system, such as the independent human rights rapporteurs of the UN, the humanitarians of UNRWA on the one hand, and the inaction, abdication, and at times direct complicity of the political corridors of the organization on the other, and the contrast between the rhetoric about human rights and the rule of law of Western states like the US, UK, and Germany on the one hand, and their outright complicity in the denial of the human rights of the Palestinian people on the other. In sum, despite a mandate to act, ample warning, mountains of evidence, and the live streaming of the Israeli regime's crimes, the open declaration of the regime's genocidal intentions, and a global demand for action, the international system has failed to stop genocide in Palestine, and it is now poised to deny both accountability and redress. Many, with the obligation and capacity to act, have simply chosen to allow the genocide to continue. Worse, the actions of some have actually contributed to the reinforcing of Israeli impunity, the very impunity that is a key root cause of the regime's serial criminality. As a result, those actors in the international sphere, the institutions they represent, and the broader international system in which they are situated, have suffered a serious, perhaps fatal blow to the legitimacy and ultimately to their sustainability. The work of our chamber reveals that these failures have been absolute in the genocide in Palestine and in the century of Nakba endured by the Palestinian people. It shows that the Gaza genocide is only the latest and most extreme phase of the ongoing Nakba, which Lara Alborno described as, quote, a century-long violent settler colonial process aimed at eliminating the indigenous Palestinian population to consolidate Jewish-Israeli settler sovereignty over an ever-expanding territory. Here, too, the failures and complicities of the international system are evident, beginning with the original sin of partitioning the land against the will of the indigenous people in 1947, and continuing with the reinforcing of the Israel exception to international law until today. Sami Al-Aryan explains in Chamber 2 that dismantling structures of domination like Zionism is the only path to genuine peace and the only remedy proportionate to the catastrophe that began with the Nakba and continues through the Gaza genocide. Quote, a system built to dispossess cannot be reformed into justice, end quote. The work of Halal Alvar in our chamber reveals how Gaza exemplifies how political power shields perpetrators from accountability in the international system. By way of proof, she points to the overwhelming scientific evidence of famine that was suppressed for months, how action was obstructed by Israel and the United States, and other Western states attacked UNRWA, allowed the GHF aid ruse to act as a tool of oppression and control, and intentionally avoided the use of the words famine and genocide, even trying to silence UN experts. And Professor Penny Green in Chamber 2 writes of a, quote, pandemic of disabilities in Gaza, with thousands of Gazans subjected by the Israeli forces to the horror of limb amputation, spinal cord injury, life-changing burns, and acquired brain injury, together with the intentional and systematic destruction of the healthcare system, meaning that for many, she says, permanent disability is assured. Day after day, for 2 years, the international system has allowed this to continue. Gianni Tognoni, for his work in the chamber, notes that while the evidence of genocide has been long widely recognized by experts and international bodies and by the people of the world, what has been lacking has been accountability for the regime's crimes and redress for the Palestinian people. And members of the jury, Richard Falk and Paulina Chan, in their contributions to Chamber 2, point to a contradiction at the very core of the United Nations. While the UN Charter sets out a promise of a new approach to global peace and security based on international law, the structures that it creates, in their words, were, quote, designed to give the winners of World War II geopolitical control over global security through permanent membership on the Security Council and the right of the veto. That veto would be used 6 times by the US as a co-perpetrator in the genocide in Palestine to prevent a ceasefire and action to stop the bloodshed. Nor are any of these challenges particularly new. My own work in the tribunal has revealed how the Israeli exception to international law and the complicity of the international system in creating and sustaining that exception dates back to the earliest days of the post-war order, of the UN and of the Israeli state itself. Allowed to grow and fester for 8 decades, the virus of exception has now thoroughly infected the political corridors of international institutions like the UN. The genocide of the past 2 years in Palestine and the inaction and even complicity of some international institutions has revealed the depth and breadth of that infection. But I would ask the jury to note that there are in fact 2 UNs, one committed to the norms and standards of the Charter and of the human rights instruments, and another, more empowered in the international order, that operates in obsequious deference to state power. As a result, and despite historic developments in the ICJ, skilled and principled work by the special procedures, and heroic work by UNRWA and other humanitarian actors in the UN system, the response of the overall international system to the genocide in Palestine has been wholly inadequate. The Security Council has been paralyzed by the US veto, and the General Assembly, despite some important action, has continued to allow Israel's full participation and has failed to mobilize protection for Palestinians or any accountability for Israel, although it is empowered to do so, including under the Uniting for Peace mechanism. And that the UN Secretary General and senior secretariat leaders, including those responsible for human rights and for genocide prevention, have failed to even call out the genocide, taking refuge instead in the safe language of conflict or both sides or humanitarian aid and the amorphous promise of a two-state solution someday. Members of the jury, Ramzi Baroud of Chamber 2 shows the long historical continuum of colonial domination that has been met with Palestinian sumud, or steadfast perseverance, quote, rendering Palestinian resistance an enduring moral and political assertion of existence, sovereignty, and dignity in the face of relentless colonial erasure and external domination. And beyond the resistance and steadfastness of the Palestinian people, Chamber 2 has also examined the role of global solidarity in advancing accountability where official institutions have failed to do so. Phyllis Bennis, in her work for Chamber 2, points to the model of the 1980s global anti-apartheid campaigns against South Africa, which compelled governments to respect ostensibly non-binding UN resolutions and brought enough pressure to bear that even the US was forced to give in to domestic demands for sanctions. The opportunity to take similar action was highlighted in the work of Haider Eid for Chamber 2, demonstrating the similarities between classic apartheid and the exclusive Zionist nature of Israel and its corresponding system of racial domination, with laws and institutions that, quote, encroach deeply on the lives of the indigenous population. Asmer Safi explored how the university encampments demanded that universities divest from Israel and how they were met with severe repression, stonewalling, suspensions and expulsions, police violence and arrests, in some cases, government-initiated deportations. And Phyllis Bennis has also reported on the massive protests beyond universities that erupted in U.S. cities, bringing together Palestinian and Jewish and Arab and Muslim and Black and other communities, and spreading rapidly across the globe with actions in virtually every major city. In their testimony to the tribunal, Asla Bali, Allah Haj Yahya, and Basuki Nasiya show how international law has been, quote, an enduring reference point for Palestine as well as an enduring source of frustration. Citing the myriad failures of international law and international legal institutions such as the ICC and the ICJ, they argue that alternative initiatives like the Gaza Tribunal have the potential to address these shortcomings by embodying alternative jurisprudential paradigms. To conclude, distinguished members of the jury, Chamber 2 has found that the international legal and political system, constructed 80 years ago on the ruins of brutal colonization, unfettered capitalism, wars of aggression, and serial genocide, has failed in its promise of never again. Sometimes by design, and at others through abdication, key components of that system have taken no effective action to prevent or end the genocide, to provide accountability for the perpetrators or a redress for the victims or survivors, or even to name the crime out loud, genocide. Instead, it is deferred to powerful states, including states complicit in the perpetration of these crimes, effectively abandoning the victims and the vulnerable people of Palestine. The exceptions to this general finding, evident in the courageous and principled work of the UN's independent human rights rapporteurs, commissions of inquiry, the ICJ, or the heroism and sacrifice of UNRWA and other humanitarian workers, do not excuse the abject failures of the political leadership and the intergovernmental bodies of the UN. But the Chamber 2 reveals that there is an international body beyond and above the Security Council. It is the collective of global civil society, the movements, the unions, the human rights defenders, the peace activists, the people. They have been active where official institutions have been absent, in the people's encampments on university campuses, the people's demonstrations in capitals across the world, the people's marches through the Sinai, the people's flotillas sailing the Mediterranean to break the siege, the people's movements like BDS, and the people's tribunals like this one. And it is these movements of people that provide a light in what has otherwise been one of the darkest moments in human history. I hope the jury will hold them up as beacons of morality and justice, even as you hold accountable the international institutions that in trepidatious deference to power have abandoned their mandates, abandoned the Palestinian people, and abandoned we the peoples of the United Nations. I thank you.
And finally, we'll have a representation from Chamber 3, Jamil Aydin, who was one of the co-chairs. So thank you, Jamil.
Dear distinguished members of the Jury of Conscience, Chamber 3 is composed of more than 10 scholars, of historians, genocide scholars, philosophers, ethicists, and we focus on the ideological roots of the genocide and try to understand how this happened despite the slogans of never again, and how humanity failed Palestinians, and how the perpetrators weaponized myths and lies about history, how they distorted ethical and philosophical concepts to justify a live-stream genocide. I want to highlight 7 points, 1 minute each, about their findings. First, our experts made clear that the genocide we are witnessing is not a single event of a short period that started on October 7, but it's a century-long process which begins with dehumanization and ends with erasure and destruction of Palestinians. In between these two events, there are often concurrent a number of recognizable stages that include the test moment of violence, segregation, systemic weakening of the victim populations of Palestine, mass annihilation, denial and erasure that has been happening for more than 100 years. Thus, our experts note that the genocide is best understood in addition to international law through a state crime paradigm which centers on human rights violations committed in pursuit of state organizational goal and security. 2, our chamber members emphasize that the Israeli state was created as a settler colonial project imposed on the region by European imperial expansion to Arab provinces of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, symbolized by British Empire's commitment to create an ethno-national state in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. Our historians emphasize that this was an unexpected and undeserved imposition from outside. Cosmopolitan Palestinian populations composed of Muslims, Christians, and Jewish Arabs were equal citizens of the Ottoman state, with representatives in the Ottoman Parliament in Istanbul before World War I and British colonial rule. We repeat that there was no clash among the different religious communities in Jews and Christians and Muslims before the British colonial rule and its imposition of Zionism to justify what happened afterwards. Our experts also emphasize that the Israeli settler colonialism of the last 100 years relies on an internal logic of genocide towards the indigenous native populations in Palestine, formulated by the biggest lie ever about the process, which is called, in a sentence, Palestine is a land without people promised to a people without land. That was never true. According to this logic, native Palestinian populations had to be expelled and erased as the only way to ensure the majority domination of Zionist settlers in the proposed state. This internal logic of genocide has continued and been normalized since the beginning of the British colonial rule over Palestine about a century ago. 3, our experts noted how Israel and its partners, Germany, France, England, and United States, attributed the cause and blame of genocide to the victims, the Palestinian victims, who are described simply without name as native people who had no right to self-defense, self-determination, and no right to resist colonial rule over their lands and their lives. Israeli regime presents its genocidal action as a necessity to create absolute security for the future of their state and justify mass murder and mass destruction in Gaza as a collateral damage. The right to self-defense of Israeli state became the most repeated legitimization of current genocide. Our genocide scholars in our group noted that almost all genocides were justified with that same logic. Genocides are not a big hate crime. Genocides always happen with the security logic. Our members shown that the complete destruction of homes, in that process, schools, universities, hospitals, infrastructure, and culture is important to the genocidal process to destroy the Palestinian identity. In addition to the destructive side of Israeli colonization, our members emphasize Israel's strategy of Judaization of Palestine through the discipline of archaeology to promote the erasure of the history of indigenous Arab natives who inhabited this land for thousands of years. 4, our experts noted the moral hypocrisy of the Israeli claim to build a homeland for victims of European anti-Semitism and Zionist settlers from Europe and America in Palestine by destroying the very homes of native Palestinians through the process of domicide. In addition to showing the link between the logics of homemaking for Zionist settlers and home destruction of native Palestinians, Chamber members examined the specific targeting of Palestinian universities, educational institutions, libraries, archives, in a process that is described as scholasticide, while Israeli universities have been receiving overwhelming support from Western governments. Some of the experts describe how the live streaming overkill of Palestinians in Gaza, it has relied on a global betrayal of the rules-based international order built after World War II, and the immoral backing of Israel's depiction of Palestinians as deserving to be erased as a threat to the security of Israel. 5, our experts critically examined the Israeli strategy of denial in occupied Palestine by juxtaposing or depicting the negative experience of destruction and erasure with the falsified lies and narratives of change, construction, and revival, best seen in the foundational myth that Israel has made an empty desert bloom with no acknowledgement of Palestinian agricultural life and prosperous Palestinian society before the colonial occupation. The slogan of Israel turning desert into bloom has been repeated by European Union chair and other politicians. Chamber members repeated that how Israel planted trees and tried to create forests sometimes over the very destroyed villages and towns from the ethnic cleansing war of 1948 Nakba as acts of Palestinian erasure. 6, our experts critically noted the significance of the weaponization of the theory of uniqueness of Holocaust by Israel and its backers to defend the genocidal destruction of Palestinian population. We found this to be extremely important, claiming that the genocide of the European Jewish population by Nazi Germany is a singularly unique evil in world history. The Israeli regime and its supporters, such as German government, then argued that Israel could never be accused and guilty of similar crimes as the victims of that unique evil. Majority of the genocide scholars in the world today deny this uniqueness argument and approach genocide comparatively and establish links between Holocaust, the Nakba of Palestinians, and many other colonial genocides in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, Western Hemisphere. By positing the unique victimhood of European Jews in modern world history, Israeli regime and sponsors then asked the indigenous Arab populations of Palestine sometimes to give up their lives and homeland for those victims from Europe as an atonement, as a key term, for Europe's crimes and compensation, even though Palestinians had nothing to do with European anti-Semitism or Nazi Empire's crimes during World War II. By abusing this theory of the uniqueness of the Holocaust experience and identifying the Jewish religion with Israeli state and Zionism, pro-Israeli governments, especially the US government, silence and demonize any critic of Israel's genocide as anti-Semitic hate crime and try to ban it. Last point is about the language of civilization utilized to justify the genocide. Israel often calls its genocide is a battle of civilization against barbarism, a language we noted that it was commonly used during the era of European colonialism in Africa and the Latin America, Western hemispheres. We reject presenting the current genocidal assault in Gaza as a continuation of also a 1,000-year clash between members of Jewish and Muslim communities, or a clash between two civilizations. In fact, our report showed that the very clash of civilization theory is invented and developed by scholars to deny the justice claim and demands for equal rights by Palestinians in the 60s and 70s. To conclude, our chamber repeats that the never again should mean never again, regardless of who the victims are and who the perpetrators are, and we hope that our reports will be of use to the jury. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamila. Now I'm going to briefly step out of my moderator role and discuss a little bit about what happened in Sarajevo. But before discussing the consequences of Sarajevo and the declaration which arose from the contributions of all the chambers at that session, which is my main purpose, I want to briefly contextualize it. The world has arrived at a dangerous precipice. Palestine has exposed the fissures and the fractures that so glaringly divide our capitalist world. It has revealed in raw brutality the gaping chasm between persecutors and the persecuted, oppressors and the oppressed, colonizers and the colonized, the rich and the poor, the governors and the governed. And in so doing, Palestine has become the vanguard for the global anti-fascist, anti-colonial movement, for an awakening and recognition that change must come from below, must come from a newly animated civil society. The Gaza People's Tribunal encapsulates a key effort in this enterprise. My initial remarks relate to civil society, law, and challenging state crime through initiatives such as the Gaza People's Tribunal, BDS, the Global Sumud Flotilla, and the Sarajevo Declaration, which I'll discuss in a moment. Deploying law strategically, as the wonderful Hind Rajab Foundation do in their pursuit of holidaying Israeli genocidaire, and South Africa's brilliant case against Israel at the ICJ, can play a powerful role in the civil resistance against genocide. But imagining that the international legal order through the international courts can play anything more than a symbolic and normative role in the struggle is deeply misguided. With respect to Palestine, Israel has breached over 30 UN Security Council resolutions without consequence, and its daily egregious international crimes have led to nothing but impunity. Israel's ongoing genocide reflects the abject failure of the UN system thus far to prevent and punish war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Indeed, only a month ago, the US shamefully vetoed a call for a ceasefire for the 6th time at the UN Security Council. For me, as a scholar of state crime and genocide, the solutions to state criminality lie well outside the frameworks of criminal law, criminal justice, international conventions, and international courts. Instead, any such solutions are much more likely to be found in the struggles of the state's victims or with those who advocate and organize as allies of those victims. And it's the organization of those victims and allies that not only has the power to challenge state violence, but is central in defining that violence as criminal in the first instance. Civil society has proven itself to be a much more effective force than international law in identifying, gathering, and analysing and naming and challenging the devastating crimes of states, particularly through campaigns of civil disobedience, mass strikes, boycott, divestment and sanctions, and as with the global Samud flotilla, maritime attempts to break Israel's illegal blockade. Civil society enjoys widespread legitimacy as an authoritative check on the power and actions of the state. And because it operates from the ground up, it has far greater agility and capacity to recognise the processes involved in the earlier phases of state criminality. Why do we know about Israel's genocidal crimes? Not because the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry, which published its findings just a few weeks ago, a whole 2 years after the annihilation phase of the genocide began, nor because the Association of Genocide Scholars has finally found its conscience, not because our legacy media reports on Israel's genocide and its decades-long persecution of Palestinians, nor because our governments denounce the genocidal state. To the contrary, our media and our governments have been central in sustaining and perpetuating these crimes. We know about Israel's crimes only because, for decades, Palestinian NGOs, critical researchers, Palestinian and other independent, courageous journalists and civil society groups have been documenting, evidencing, analysing and disseminating their findings in whichever ways they can. The Israeli crimes embodied in all the stages of genocide have thus been known for many years and include its decades-long policies and practices of settler colonialism, ethno-supremacism, apartheid, racial segregation, persecution, unlawful settlements, the denial of the right to return, collective punishment, mass detention, torture and cruel and inhuman treatment and punishment, extrajudicial executions, systematic sexual violence, demolitions, forced displacement and expulsions, ethnic purges and forced demographic change, as well as forced starvation, and the systematic denial of all economic and social rights. And now we're witnessing extermination. Civil society has been at the heart and centre of all evidence gathering in relation to all these crimes. And this work by civil society, not by the courts, not by the UN, not by the mass media, not by our governments, has led efforts to successfully name Israel's crimes as settler colonialism, apartheid and genocide. Unlike a court of law, the Gaza People's Tribunal begins from the premise that Israel is committing genocide, as Richard mentioned, that it is a settler colonial apartheid state underpinned by the racist ideology of Zionism. We don't require the hypothetical ruling of an international court, nor the dreadfully belated judgment of a UN independent commission to determine that a genocide is happening and has perhaps been happening incrementally since 1917. The evidence is manifold. Thousands of Palestinian and global civil society organisations, historians, state crime theorists, international relations scholars, philosophers and international lawyers all agree. We start from a recognition that governments and the international legal order have not simply failed the Palestinians, but they have actively enabled Israel's impunity and partnered its decades-long colonial persecution of the Palestinian people. For us, the challenge of justice and resistance falls to civil society, to acts of solidarity, to social movements, and to people of conscience everywhere. It understands the need to mobilise the power of the people in their millions to challenge the crimes of the Israeli regime and its co-conspirators, our own governments in the US, Europe and the Middle East. The tribunal seeks to counter the forces of evil with the forces of justice by bringing pressure to bear in every sector and making clear that genocide will not be normalized, that apartheid will not be normalized, that colonialism will not be normalized, that Israel and its Zionist underpinnings will not be normalized, and in doing so, ensuring that fascism will not be normalized. We know that the Zionist regime is committed to seeing out its genocide, and we know that its principal genocidal partner, the United States government, is equally committed to this genocide and to the erasure of Palestine. At the same time, we know that other Western governments, like the UK and Germany and complicit Arab states, have fully endorsed Israeli impunity and continue to do so. So the question is, how, in the face of such powerful forces of carnage, do we stop a genocide? How do we dismantle the Zionist state and those global powers whose ultimate goal is the erasure of Palestine, knowing that law and its international mechanisms are not the answer? The tribunal is clear. Genocide will only end through the steadfastness of the Palestinian people, coordinated resistance against Israel's genocide, the solidarity of the rest of the world, and the isolation, weakening and dismantling of the Zionist regime and the global political and economic structures that support it. And so to the Sarajevo Declaration, which was the culmination of our work in Sarajevo. We laid out, as we've heard, the context for Israel's genocide in Sarajevo, and over the course of 4 days we listened to testimony on the history and ideological foundations of the genocide, on the crimes Israel and its partners have committed, and on the geopolitics fueling the genocide and its impunity. The Sarajevo Declaration was the culmination of the work of the tribunal to date, and it was both an unequivocal condemnation of Israel's genocide and a clarion cry to global civil society, an urgent call to action, and a commitment on the part of the Gaza People's Tribunal to work with partners across global civil society to bring an end to this genocide. So the declaration embodies a series of demands around which civil society is already organising, demands which speak directly to the myriad crimes we've heard about. The declaration thus demands, amongst other things, an immediate withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and an end to the genocide, to all Israeli military action, an end to forced displacement and expulsions, an end to the settlement activities, an end to the siege of Gaza and to restrictions of movement in the West Bank. It calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all prisoners, including the thousands of Palestinian women, men and children held most often without charge in abusive Israeli detention facilities. It insists on the immediate resumption of humanitarian aid to all of Gaza without restriction or interference, including food, water, shelter, medical supplies and equipment, sanitary equipment, rescue equipment and construction materials that are required for the rebuilding of Gaza. It also calls for a complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Lebanese and Syrian territory, and of course would have included a demand for the immediate cessation of Israel's bombings and targeted assassinations in Iran, Yemen, Qatar and Tunisia had they occurred before May 2025. The Sarajevo Declaration recognises the dangerous forces in both the state, corporate and supra-institutional spheres are pushing us towards the void, towards a future in which humanity itself is threatened. The events of the past 24-25 months and the Tribunal's own deliberations have convinced us both that key international organisations and most countries in the world, whether acting individually or collectively, have not only failed in defending the rights of the Palestinian people and responding to the Israeli regime's genocide in Palestine, but have to varying degrees been complicit or actual partners in these crimes. In the Declaration, we extend solidarity to global civil society, which has risen up against the genocide in extraordinarily brave and creative ways, but which has encountered McCarthyite suppression and increasing state violence. We denounce the wave of persecution against human rights defenders, peace activists, students, academics, workers, professionals, and we pay tribute to those who, despite this persecution, have had the courage and moral conviction to stand up and speak out while rejecting the ridiculous Hasbara tactics of smearing as anti-Semitic or supporters of terrorism all those who dare publicly to challenge the Israeli regime and its European and US allies. Significantly, the declaration rejects wholesale the destructive ideology of Zionism, the official state ideology of the Israeli regime. It's the forces of Zionism that colonized Palestine in 1948 and continue to colonize the occupied Palestinian territories, and it is Zionism with its inherent racism that created the Israeli apartheid state on the ruins of traditional Palestine. The belief in a Jewish supremacist state that drives pro-genocidal Israeli organizations and their surrogates on the far right today. The declaration demands immediate action to isolate, contain, and hold accountable the Israeli regime through universal boycott, divestment, sanctions, a military embargo, suspension from international organizations, and the prosecution of all its perpetrators. The final lines of the declaration are worth repeating. And I quote, "The challenge of justice now falls to people of conscience everywhere, to civil society and to social movements, to all of us. Palestinian lives are at stake. The international moral and legal order is at stake. We must not fail. We must not relent." And to conclude, millions of people continue to march in cities around the world. Civil resistance groups target Israeli-linked armaments factories. Trade unions have blocked weapons shipments to Israel. The BDS movement, particularly through academic and cultural boycotts, has grown in power, and a phenomenal 26,000 people signed up for the Global Samud Flotilla in an attempt to break the siege. The message of the Sarajevo Declaration is that in spite of, because of, the forces of darkness we find ourselves surrounded by, we must continue to do everything, everywhere, and at all times to stop Israel's attempts at Palestinian erasure, and at the same time to restore justice and humanity in a world hurtling towards fascism. In his closing address to the final session of the Vietnam War Crimes Tribunal, Bertrand Russell declared in words that equally impel our resistance today, and I quote, and I'll end on this quote, "The napalm and pellet bombs, the systematic destruction of a heroic people, are a barbarous rehearsal. The starving and the suffering will no longer die in silence. We must discredit the arrogant demand that they protect our comfort with their quiet agony."
Thank you, Professor Green. This would be the first session today, overview of the work of the Gaza Tribunal chambers. Now we give you 15 minutes of coffee break, and then we head back to listening global statements of conscience and discuss.
Nice to meet you. Yes, Annie.
conscience who are in power with stockpiles of bombs at their disposal, and laughter used to describe the use of newer and specialty weapons asked for, given to, and used on the Palestinian people. In this vacuum of justice,
And the first is Raji Sarani. Mr. Sarani, do you hear me? Are you with us?
Yes, I do hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, and please, the time is yours.
Thank you. Dear Richard, dear jury's member, it's very special me to address you and talking to you for people who are conscious about justice and dignity of man, who are looking for this unprecedented grave crimes committed against Palestinian people in the occupied Palestinian territories. I think what makes this tribunal unique and special, three issues. First, I think that for the first time and in unprecedented way, the world justice system, ICC and ICJ, subject to unprecedented attack by superpower like United States, and for the first time we are seeing in Palestine case precisely designation and sanction be imposed on prosecutors, judges, and lawyers and human rights organizations. This is unique and unprecedented. Why? That's because of Palestine. So the problem is not really with the world justice system. The problem is related to the political will of the world community. The second, I think what we are having right now, there is ongoing genocide. They spoke about peace, they spoke about ceasefire, but actually the genocide, the apartheid, the ethnic cleansing, with the conditions existing, makes definitely the crime going on. And the third point, it's related to the Convention of Prevention and Punishment of Genocidal Crimes. The title of the agreement itself shows in a clear-cut way the most important part of it, the prevention, not to have it. And most of the states, when they signed, they said, never again for this crime. So these three components, I think, makes much more important having this popular public tribunal for Palestine, for Gaza, and the fact that the genocide is still going on makes it unique and very special. We have serious problem related to the world legal system. We are aware and know that the ICJ issued 3 provisional measures decisions. And these 3 provisional measure decisions was simple, clear, and it was precisely talking, allowing since January 2024 the humanitarian aid and the food supplies to go on to Gaza unconditionally. But actually since then, the famine is still going on, and this wasn't, implemented exactly like the 2 warrants issued against Netanyahu and Gallant from the ICC. After issuing it, some prime ministers in Europe and the President of the United States said these are irrelevant and Netanyahu, Gallant can come and visit and should be no consequence on that. And he was received as first-class visitor to the White House. It's unprecedented that wanted to ICC and somebody who is suspected of doing war crimes, he is received full-fledged at the White House, not once, not twice, even 3 times after that. And that showed how the West dealing with the issues related to Palestine and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And that make emphasis about the popular tribunal as such. I want to say for the first time ever, we have a clear-cut consensus among international human rights organizations, among the UN bodies, among the Palestinian human rights organizations and the Israeli human rights organizations about describing the situation and having the solid conclusions about what's going on and describe in very detailed and precise words that what's going on, it's a genocide against the Palestinian people. So the problem, it's not at all related to how we describe really what's going on, what's the legal definition of what's going on, or what we are having as concrete evidence related to the situation in the Gaza Strip. Facts, standards, conclusions are simple, direct, and clear. The problem, it's with the political will. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict didn't begin October 7th. Long history before that. The short version, 58 years since the occupation began, and the long version since the Nakba in 1948. And the Israeli crimes evident and clear before October 7th. They are occupying power, and the occupation by itself a crime of aggression as it defined in the ICC Rome Statute. 2, we are having also the blockade on Gaza. We have the settlements policy in the West Bank. We have the ethnic cleansing in Jerusalem. We are having the pillage in the West Bank. We are having, beside the blockade, 5 wars launched against Gaza in the eye of the storm, were civilian and the civilian targets. So before the war, Israel was there in the ICC, and Palestine began to engage with the ICC since January 2015. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict is one of the most well-documented conflicts in the modern history. It's clear, simple, evident, and what's like there, not related to, again, facts or standards or the conclusions. It's related to the political will. Most recently, we have had something called Trump plan. Nobody wants peace, security, ceasefire more than the suppressed and the oppressed. Nobody need that more than the Gazans and Palestinians, those who are subject to massive destruction, massive displacement, massive killing, and famine. They want that badly. They seek to have it, but unfortunately, this came as just declaration of ceasefire. But how can we talk about peace while 90% of Gaza erased and destroyed, while almost 2 million displaced in Gaza, while still the famine all over the place, while there are lack of the basic, very fundamental issues like water, healthcare, hospitals, medicine, food, etc. So the current situation in Gaza, making genocide going on, making ethnic cleansing going on, without horizon, without agreement about ending the occupation, without agreement on having the Palestinians the right of self-determination, to achieve their unalienable rights of the Palestinian people, without having justice, dignity, and accountability for the criminals who committed these things, it's very hard to speak about peace. The word peace, yet, it's a word used as mirage. It's not reality on the ground. What is going on till this moment, ongoing genocide, ongoing ethnic cleansing for the Palestinian people. Only, Palestinian people can enjoy the peace when they achieve, their right of self-determination and independence and ending the occupation. When they feel the genocider and those who practice the war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing has been held accountable. I think with what's going on, it's very hard to see horizon for that. That's why it's very and vitally important to keep the popular tribunal on Gaza and to keep such work, because it's obvious yet the US and Western European countries at large is still in clear-cut support for the occupation, still recognize Israel's right of self-defense, and they are the victim, not the victimizers, and still, don't recognize the full political right of the Palestinian people of self-determination and independence and having justice and dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sourani. And for those who were not able to be here physically or make a video, they did send us a message so that words can be heard. Arundhati Roy says, I'm sorry that I cannot be present at the final session of the Gaza Tribunal, so I thought I would at least send a brief message. Today is the 12th of October, and Israel's live-streamed genocide of Palestinians is just over 2 years old. Despite being armed and supported by the richest countries in the world, it has not succeeded militarily in its stated aim of wiping out Hamas as retribution for its October 7th attack on Israel. Instead, it has killed almost 70,000 people who were part of the tiny, encircled, occupied, and isolated population of Gaza. The final death toll will only be known once the thousands of tons of rubble has been cleared. Days ago, a ceasefire was brokered by the government of the United States, which, according to its own State Department, has given $40 billion over the last 2 years to support Israel as it went about its hard task of murdering tens of thousands of civilians, mostly women and children, bombing 90% of Gaza's dwellings to rubble, destroying hospitals, and killing hundreds of journalists. Could Israel have done this without the support of the governments of the United States and Europe? Very unlikely. Certainly, the United States could have stopped the killing in an afternoon if it wanted to. So the question is, whose genocide is it, and who should be held accountable? It is hard to know at this point whether the ceasefire will hold or whether it is yet another deadly, cunning trick. For the sake of the people of Gaza, I fervently wish that it will hold, even if it is a ceasefire that is designed to disguise a real estate deal that will profit a group of war criminals. For now, the killing must stop. If it does, perhaps this tribunal could hold a special session right amidst the rubble of what Gaza once was, where Palestinians will describe what they have endured and share their dreams for their future. Perhaps only then will we have the full measure of the honor and the horror that unfolded while the murderers were applauded and urged on. But until then, the task of keeping track, naming names, collating evidence will be a work in progress. The perpetrators are not only those who pulled the triggers and dropped the bombs, not only those governments officials who have driven Palestinians off their lands and to the brink of starvation en masse, not only those who have used food and aid as a ruse to murder more people, not only those who have tortured and sexually abused Palestinian prisoners, but also those governments and corporations who have supported all of this. Also those mainstream newspaper and TV channels that have willfully lied and spread fake news. Also those editors, columnists, and journalists who developed a sophisticated slanted language that dehumanized Palestinians and prepared the grounds for genocide with impunity. All these people and organizations will, I'm sure, one day be named and indicted. The task of defining who is the perpetrator and then bringing them to account is an onerous one. We need a genocide audit. I'm sure the Gaza Tribunal is fully cognizant of all of this, which is why your work is both urgent and necessary. So that was Arundhati Roy. And now we will see a video message of Marcia Cross.
For the past 2 years, we've been witnessing a genocide, the deliberate destruction of a people and their land in full view of the world. Every day has brought new evidence, entire families wiped out, people buried under rubble, children shot by snipers or blown to bits, their parents forced to pick up remains of their tiny bodies and put them into plastic bags. Neighborhoods have been flattened. In fact, 85% of all of Gaza has been decimated. Hospitals and their heroic doctors obliterated or taken hostage, and the list goes on and on. With the international community unable or unwilling to stop it, the legal and political systems designed to protect life have failed. International law, the very architecture meant to safeguard our common humanity, has been paralyzed by politics, by double standards, and by men who lack any conscience, who are in power with stockpiles of bombs at their disposal. And laughter, used to describe the use of newer and specialty weapons, asked for, given to, and used on the Palestinian people. In this vacuum of justice, the Gaza Tribunal was born, a moral court created by civil society to document the truth, to preserve evidence, to hold power accountable when official institutions refuse to do so or are unable to do so. My own awareness of the situation in Gaza happened in the summer of 2014. My daughters were 7 years old, and we were on a family road trip through the national parks. I would lie in the back seat of our SUV to avoid being car sick and scroll through my phone to pass the time between our stops. And randomly, I came across a post about Gaza. And until then, I knew almost nothing about Palestine and Israel. I just thought it was a place that was far away, and I was told it was beautiful and that I should visit it. And I thought maybe I would one day. But then I started reading, and I couldn't look away. The number of Palestinians being killed was absolutely horrifying. There seemed to be no number that would satisfy the Israeli government in their retaliation. And I later realized that this was one of many, many battles, if you want to call them that. This one was called Operation Protective Edge. And I thought I needed to know more, so I began listening to Israeli soldiers from breaking the silence, speaking about the occupation and about checkpoints and about raids that terrorized citizens, waking them up in the middle of the night, taking over their homes. And I watched documentaries, and I saw with utter horror what was happening in this conflict that we were told was too complicated to understand. And I was horrified, but shamefully I went back to my life, raising children, caring for my family, and I looked away. And then came October 7th, and of course at first I reacted with horror at the attack, but I wasn't surprised. And soon the retaliation unfolded and the threats to annihilate Gaza were openly declared, and I watched with terror, because I knew from what I had learned in the past that the reaction by Israel would be bad. And when the civilian death toll in Gaza doubled the Israeli losses on October 7th, well, I thought, well, this must be enough. I mean, surely this is going to stop. But it didn't stop. I kept going, and I was riddled with grief and panic, because I thought, who am I? Who am I if I stay silent? And who, of course, who would I have been at another time, in another place, when others were being annihilated and good people said nothing? I couldn't function. I couldn't live with myself. This was 2 weeks in. I had no idea it was going to last for 2 more years, maybe longer, God forbid. And so I wrote on my social feeds, ceasefire. And for that, like hundreds of others to come, I was accused of hate. Friends I'd known for decades suddenly saw me not as a fellow mother, not as a woman begging for the killing to stop, but as someone they believed hated Jews. I was shocked. I mean, how could this happen? I mean, what kind of conditioning leads someone to erase decades of friendship, knowing me, in just a moment? To believe that empathy for one people must mean hatred of another, or that it even had anything to do with their religion. I didn't care. I was dumbfounded. And then, after sitting with that pain, I understood something much deeper. That those reactions, they weren't spontaneous. They were the product of years and years of indoctrination, the belief planted young that everyone was out to get them, that criticism of a state is hatred of a people, and that those who demand justice or liberation are enemies. And even more to the point, that those others, those Palestinians, were animals, monsters, unworthy of empathy. And this is the soil in which dehumanization grows, the mental and moral ground that allows atrocities to continue unchecked. And that's why I'm here. Because my conscience, our conscience, cannot stop at sympathy. It has to move toward action. And the Gaza Tribunal is that action. It is the organized conscience of civil society, documenting, archiving, and exposing the crimes committed against the people of Gaza, including those that meet the legal definition of genocide. It exists because official systems have failed. It exists because silence, no, it's not an option. And it exists because truth, it must be recorded for the victims, so many victims, for history, and for the future. I'm inviting you to join this journey of conscience, to listen, to bear witness, to help amplify the truth. Please come to the final session of the Gaza Tribunal. It's taking place in Istanbul on October 23rd to the 26th, or you can follow online and stand with those who refuse to look away. Because as we see, justice is not inevitable. It must be willed into being through courage, through witness, through action, to help amplify the truth.
Thank you to Marcia Cross, and now we will hear a message from Omar Suleiman.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. First and foremost, I want to thank Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for the incredible work that's been done with this tribunal to establish the facts that have been so obvious to anyone that's been paying attention, even with the bare naked eye, that this genocide has been the most horrific of our lifetimes, and it's one that must be sufficiently recorded, and it's one that must be sufficiently stopped, met with action. And you cannot record enough of the facts on the ground in every single dimension of this genocide's undertaking, whether it be in the destruction of the healthcare system, whether it be in the destruction of the ecology of Gaza. All of it comes together and is absolutely important for us, critical for us, to record each and every single part of it, because the story of the Palestinian people has been a story of redemption, a story of renewal after the Nakba, after removal. And for over 7 decades, the people of Palestine have insisted that whether they live physically in their land of Palestine or whether they remain only as emotional, spiritual dwellers in their historic homeland, that they will not allow for anything that has been a part of them to be forgotten, and that they intend to renew and to restore and to maintain the legacies that have been passed down to us throughout generation. I want to share one thing which I think is extremely important for us as we are undertaking this exercise, that you can never assume that history is going to be recorded properly in the moment. You know, many times we think that because things are so obvious, we don't have to worry about losing them in that moment. But if we don't record the story now, then our children won't know how to tell it. So it's important to establish the facts on the ground now so that we can have immediate and urgent action. The Palestinian people have suffered for long enough. The people of Gaza have suffered for long enough. But it's important that the story is also preserved and told for generations to come, because it may be that there's another generation that will certainly need to build upon the restoration. That's assuming the best case scenario of what we are able to achieve together. And I have no doubt that with inspired action, with experts, with academics, with activists, with people of conscience and people of faith, that we will be able to achieve in our lifetime some of the most remarkable things that are necessary to reverse the course that the Palestinian people have been put on, unfortunately, through these acts of destruction and before genocide of apartheid. So thank you all very much for being a part of this tribunal, and I pray that the facts that have been established are the foundation for a better future for the Palestinian people and for people around the world that are suffering under the boots of oppression and colonization. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you all.
And after Omar Suleimani, we will hear Roger Waters. He's also on the video.
My name is Roger Waters. We're all in Istanbul. I know you know that. Actually, I'm not in Istanbul. I did this last Monday. All right. Here we go. It is time to call a spade a spade. No more pussyfooting. Zionism is a failed ideology. A majority of ordinary people all over the world know that to be true. A majority of Jewish people all over the world know that to be true. Israel is a failed state. Any state that admits it has to commit genocide to survive has already failed. Ordinary people all over the world know this to be true. So, what to do? The so-called Trump peace plan is a bad joke. It openly and unashamedly denies the Palestinian people basic human rights. So what do you suggest, Roger? What's your peace plan? Well, sumud, steadfast perseverance in resistance to the occupation. We must keep on taking to the streets in our millions. We must keep on raising our voices. The sound of our choir needs to be so loud it pierces the palace walls. No king should be allowed to sit smiling on a throne soaked in the blood of our children. Yes, I'm talking about you, Mohammed bin Salman. I'm talking about you, Sisi, in Egypt. I'm talking about the Qatari and Jordanian royal families. I'm talking about the rulers of the Arab Emirates. I'm talking about everyone except our noble brothers and sisters, the Houthis in Yemen. Our final goal must be to turn back the clock 100 years to before the stain of Zionism blackened the land. We work towards a free, democratic Palestine from Lebanon in the north to Egypt in the south and from the River Jordan to the sea. And what becomes of Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and Trump and Starmer and Witkoff and Hegseth and Rubio and the rest of them? Well, that's for history to decide. Obviously, they deserve equal human rights, just like the rest of us. But their fate will lie in the hands of international law. We shall see. But that is the future. Will it ever be achieved? I hope so. Unfortunately, I don't have my crystal ball here with me today. What I do know is it won't happen overnight. We need to be realistic. We need a realistic first step. And that is why I am here today. Donald, pay attention. This is important. The realistic first step to which I refer is uniting for peace. I call upon all world leaders, but especially all the Arab leaders, to, for once, represent the will of your peoples and stand solidly behind Gustavo Petro and the people of Colombia in their call for a vote in an emergency session of the General Assembly. A vote to authorize the sending of a multinational United Nations peacekeeping force into Gaza and all the other occupied Palestinian territories to stop the Israeli genocide, to restore UNRWA in its great work of provision and aid to those beleaguered people, and to remove the illegal Israeli army of occupation. That is the first step we need. And Gustavo, my good friend, we, the people of the world, need that draft resolution on our desks first thing tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Waters and our dear guests, academics, professors, and everyone involved in today's session. I'm calling you for a lunch break, and the lunch will take place here at the university. And please ask our young volunteers who have these Gaza t-shirts to track you and show you where you will have your lunch. So yes, thank you, and I will see you at 2. Yes, Penny has a point, sorry.
Just to say, could you please be here about 5 to 2, because it always takes some time to get in and settled. And we caught up, which was marvellous this morning in terms of time, and we want to do the same this afternoon. So thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you hear me? And let's check if it's turned on. Yeah, it's on. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Is it okay? Hello, good afternoon. We're testing our headsets to see if you can hear us. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, should take it off. What is the problem?
Does anybody want?
Yes.
Good afternoon again. Hope you had a short, brief rest. Now it's time to continue. And we have reached the panel of experts, and we'll hear some professors, scholars, and different analysis of everything that has been happening in Gaza for the past 2 years and longer. So we are at the hearings and root causes. That is the name of this section of today's conference. So the first speaker is Avi Schleim, and he will be speaking about Zionist settler colonialism.
The Zionist movement was a settler colonial movement, and Israel is a settler colonial state. The logic of settler colonialism is the elimination of the natives as a prelude to taking over the land and its resources. The undeclared but real objective of the Zionist movement from the beginning has been to build a Jewish state on as large part of historic Palestine as possible, with as few Arabs inside its borders as possible. Today, Israel effectively controls 100% of historic Palestine. There is an Arabic saying that something that starts crooked remains crooked. The Zionist movement could not have achieved this amazing degree of success without the support of Western imperialism. Noam Chomsky noted that settler colonialism is the most extreme and vicious form of imperialism. For the last century, the Palestinians have been at the receiving ends of Zionist settler colonialism on the one hand and Western imperialism on the other, with Britain playing the leading part until 1948 and America playing the leading part since 1967. In 1917, Britain issued the Balfour Declaration pledging support for a Jewish state in Palestine. At that time, the Jews were 10% of the population and they owned only 2% of the land. So the Balfour Declaration was a classic colonial document which completely disregarded the rights and aspirations of the local population. Last month, Britain recognized Palestine. This was welcome, but it was pathetically little, and it was 107 years too late. The story of the British mandate in Palestine is essentially the story of how Britain stole Palestine from the Palestinians and gave it to the Zionists. The cornerstone of mandatory policy was to withhold elections, to avoid democracy, for so long as the Arabs constituted a majority. The Jews only became a majority as a result of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine during the 1948 war. 750,000 Palestinians became refugees, and the name Palestine was wiped off the map. This is the Nakba, the catastrophe. The Nakba, however, is not a one-off event, but an ongoing process of displacement and dispossession of the native population by the colonial power. This process reached its cruel and indeed its sadistic climax with the genocide in Gaza and with the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank in the aftermath of the Hamas attack of the 7th of October. In the Arab world, Israel is widely seen as an illegitimate entity, as an outpost of Western imperialism, as a foreign body planted in the heartland of the Arab world with the intention of dividing and weakening them. This is an oversimplification of history. Nevertheless, it is true that Western support was crucial to the establishment of Israel in 1948 and to the persistence of the colonial empire beyond Israel's original lines since 1967. America is Israel's closest friend and indispensable ally. America gives Israel military aid and diplomatic protection. The problem with American support for Israel is that it is unconditional. It is unconditional. It is not conditional on respecting Palestinian human rights or international law. This is how Israel gets away literally with murder. This is why Israel can continue to act with complete impunity. This is why the international community is unable to call Israel to account for its multiple crimes and egregious violations of international humanitarian law. Benjamin Netanyahu's current government embodies all the most negative aspects of Zionist settler colonialism. It is the most far-right, reactionary, crudely populist, messianic, overtly racist, and territorially expansionist government in Israel's history. Settler violence has dramatically escalated on the West Bank since the 7th of October with the encouragement of the government and the protection of the army. The extremists in the government openly declare that their ultimate aim is the formal annexation of the West Bank and Jewish resettlement in Gaza. The government exploited the trauma of the 7th of October to intensify the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. A leaked report of the Israeli Ministry of Intelligence outlined concrete plans for depopulating Gaza. Egyptian opposition prevented Israel from implementing this plan, but it did not prevent Israel from achieving its principal aim, namely to make Gaza uninhabitable. Under Netanyahu's leadership, Israel has also committed the crime of all crimes, genocide. Genocide is not just a legal concept, but a fundamentally moral issue. It is the denial of the right to exist of a whole group of people. Israel's national identity is inextricably linked with the Holocaust. But Israel is no longer the victim, if it has ever been. Whereas in the Second World War, the Jews were the defenseless victims of Nazi Germany, today it's the Palestinians who are the defenseless victims of the Jewish state. In a sense, the war in Gaza is a direct result of the Balfour Declaration. The combination of Zionist settler colonialism and Western imperialism is the root cause of the Palestinian tragedy. In Gaza, over the last 2 years, the injustice, the immorality, the inhumanity, and indeed the sadism of Zionist settler colonialism towards the native population have reached a new climax. Given the origins of Israel as a settler colonial state, as Francesca Albanese has pointed in one of her brilliant reports, given the origins of Israel as a settler colonial state, this was a tragedy foretold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avi. Are there any questions from the jury? Sami.
Thank you very much, Avi, for your presentation. Very quick question. If we look at the history of settler colonial states, particularly France with Algeria. What future do you see of this conflict? Do you see it along these lines or along the lines of South Africa, where they would be settled and try to integrate? What kind of future do you see in light of what you know about the Zionist ideology?
I believe that apartheid is not sustainable into the 21st century. White apartheid in South Africa ended as a result of international pressure, and I believe that eventually Israel will go down the same way. The impulse to change will not come from within. The pressure from outside would push Israel to end the apartheid regime. And I don't believe that partition is a solution to this problem. I don't think that partition was ever a solution from the beginning. It's one unit. And no one suggested in South Africa that you should divide the country into two states, one black and one white. But people are suggesting now that you have two states, one Jewish, one Arab. It has never worked and it will never work, and therefore I advocate one state from the river to the sea with equal rights for all who live in that space, equal freedom and equal rights for all the people who live in that space, regardless of religion and ethnicity.
Thank you very much, Avi. Brilliant.
Thank you, Professor. And the next one to speak is Lana Tatour. And the subject is Zionist settler colonialization and racism in Palestine.
In the 10 minutes I have, I will address specifically the topic of the relationship between Zionism, race, and racism. There is a consensus in the international human rights community that Israel's actions in Gaza amount to genocide. Reports were issued by human rights organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Il-Haq, B'Tselem, and others, as well as by UN Special Rapporteurs and the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry on Palestine. Genocide studies experts have also determined that Israel is committing genocide. This is, of course, a welcome recognition. However, while these reports and statements acknowledge the genocide and address the dehumanization of Palestinians as core element of it, they do not address Zionism as a form of racism, nor do they name and recognize Zionism as the racial ideology that drives the colonization of Palestine and the genocide in Gaza. This omission, I believe, is something that the jury should take note of and rectify. For 2 years, we have been witnessing the annihilation of Gaza. As Israel announced its genocidal campaign, Israeli officials, including at the highest levels of government, have called for a second Nakba, describing the Palestinians in Gaza as human animals, the children of darkness, monsters, Amalek to be eliminated from infant to the elderly, and evil, and I'm quoting, to be uprooted so that there will be good for the entire region and the world. Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, declared that the war on Gaza is a battle of civilization against barbarism. These statements are not aberration, nor are they momentary responses to trauma, as often portrayed in the West. They draw on over a century of racialization of Palestinians by the Zionist movement and imperial powers. The Balfour Declaration and its denial of the existence of Palestinians as a people with right to self-determination, the partition plan, the British Mandate, the Nakba as a series of events and as an ongoing structure, the mass expulsion of Palestinians, their denial of their right to return in the name of demographic considerations, the occupation of additional Palestinian territories in '67, the siege on Gaza, the genocide, land dispossession, entrenched system of checkpoints and segregated roads, the mass incarceration of Palestinians, the discrimination against Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, they all rely on the treatment of Palestinians as less civilized, as an inferior race, as lesser humans. Racism, racialization, and racial classification and hierarchization are core to the Zionist movement, ideology, and practice. The colonial project in Palestine is also racial and racist. Any reading of the Israeli genocide in Gaza should take into consideration how Zionism emerged as part of an imperial, colonial, and racial history, speaking to imperial order and aspirations, and building on 19th century European conceptions of race. Western imperialism and racism, of which Zionism is part, rendered territories and lands belonging to 9 white peoples, including the Palestinians, available for invasion, exploitation, and settlement. As put by Edward Said, imperialism was the theory, colonialism the practice. Moreover, Zionism was not antagonistic to colonialism, nor to the idea of race itself. On the contrary, Zionists built on and benefited from both. Race was central to the Zionist mission of establishing Jews as a nation and the people, not just a religious group. Furthermore, Zionist leaders themselves described the movement as one of colonial settlement, an extension of European imperialism, bringing civilization and modernization to the Orient. Theodor Herzl talked about the Jewish state as an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. The idea was that while Jews are inferior race in Europe, in Palestine, they are racially superior to Palestinians. And if Palestinians are an inferior race, then they are not deserving of self-determination, sovereignty. Their national aspirations can be ignored, and they can be expelled, transferred, removed, killed, and their land taken. Already in 1965, Fayez Sayer wrote that racial elimination stands at the heart of the Zionist project since its inception. The Zionist quest for eliminating Palestinians is now taking one of its most brutal forms, the genocide in Gaza. Israel has destroyed all means that sustain human life and has made Gaza unlivable. The annihilation of Gaza has been justified, supported, facilitated, and carried by Western powers, Western media, and corporations. It relies on anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, and anti-Palestinian racism, and on the attribution of more value to Jewish life while disregarding Palestinian life. It is this deep-seated racism that allows this genocide to continue despite it being live-streamed. In Gaza, we see the treatment of Palestinians not just as less than humans, but also as non-human. Israelis are dancing in parties, social gatherings, and weddings, and exercising to songs that call to exterminate Palestinians with genocidal lyrics, such as "May your village burn." Israeli civilians are actively blocking and destroying food and medical supplies intended for the people in Gaza. They are picnicking with their families at sites where they can watch the bombing of Gaza as a form of entertainment. They protest for the right to rape Palestinians, and Israeli parliament debates the legitimacy of raping Palestinians. Israelis relish on TikTok videos of killed and starved Palestinians, taking pleasure from watching dogs eating bodies of dead Palestinians that were never allowed to be respectfully buried. Soldiers make videos of themselves wearing lingerie of Palestinian women, mocking them, and playing with toys that once belonged to kids, now either displaced or killed. What we are witnessing in Gaza is race at work. It is Zionism at work. On 10th of November 2025, 2 weeks from now, we will be marking 50 years to Resolution 3379, which determined that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination. Unfortunately, in 1991, the PLO agreed to rescind the resolution, one of the greatest achievements we had, simply as a precondition to enter the negotiations that led to the Oslo Accords. 50 years later, the genocide in Gaza and Israel's ongoing colonization and apartheid in Palestine demonstrate the need to recenter the conversation on the racial and racist nature of the Zionist colonial project. As Noura Rikat powerfully writes, and I'm quoting, "Understanding the racial dimension of the Palestinian struggle for freedom, including that Zionism is a form of racism and racial discrimination, is work that is still ongoing, on the ground and in scholarship. It remains our unfinished business," end of quote. International institutions and the human rights community still insist on reading genocide as well as apartheid as divorced from Zionism. Even when they acknowledge racial domination and Jewish supremacy, they do not recognize Zionism as their source. It remains the unspoken taboo. Justice and accountability for Palestinians demand that we address this. Settler colonialism, apartheid, and genocide do not exist outside the grammar of race, which in Palestine is the grammar of Zionism. I call the jury to address Zionism as a colonial project and a form of racism in their consideration of Israel's genocide in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just wait and see if the jurors have any questions. Yes. Christine, you have a question.
Thank you very much for that very powerful presentation. You described correctly Zionism as a colonial settler project grounded in 19th century views of coloniality, racism, etc. In so many other areas, that has been discredited, and we have moved on, I hope, in our ideas of racism. So why does it still persist here? Why have we got this historical continuity without it being broken?
Very big question. Thank you. Sorry?
Can you repeat the question,
Can I
Christine? I'm sorry.
Can I repeat it?
But into the microphone.
Yeah, sorry, was it not into the mic sufficiently? There was a horrible echo, which is why I was trying to come away from it. The concept of Zionism as a colonial racist ideology, dating from at least the 19th century European views of colonialism, is clear. But in so many other areas, we've moved on, and we have a more modernist, contemporary understanding of racism and have rejected racism in so many areas. So why have we got this continuity? Why has it persisted in this way for over 100 and however many years it is now? I mean, it's a difficult question, and but have you any thoughts at all as to why that is the case?
I actually really need to think about it, but I mean, race and racism exist. These kind of intersections between imperialism, race, and racism are still apparent globally and in the international system and international law. I think what the genocide in Gaza has really emphasized is that we are able to see the racial and racist roots from their origins from 19th century in such strong way today, and seeing how it has never actually ended. And it is because it goes back to Zionism and settler colonialism in Palestine being still as strong as it was decades ago and over a century ago. And the perception in Israel that the Zionist project is unfinished business, because Palestinians have not been eliminated, because the territory has not been taken in full. And in Gaza, with the annihilation, and the attempts to justify the annihilation, we saw this kind of crude racial discourses and frameworks and conceptions put at play in a very visible way and without any shame. What is more striking is not the Israeli discourses, maybe not striking but disappointing, but actually seeing the impunity with which Israel is operating, which again speaks to the deep anti-Palestinian racism and to the less value of life that is given to Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana.
Thank you, Professor Tatour. And now it's time to hear Mr. Jeff Halper, Crimes Against Palestinian People, Indicting Zionist Settler Colonialism is subject that Mr. Jeff Halper will be speaking about.
I hate to read, but so I'm sure I stay within my 10 minutes. I'm going to do that. I apologize. My name is Jeff Halper. I'm the director of ICAD, an Israeli-based anti-colonial organization dedicated to resisting the Israeli demolition of Palestinian homes, the Zionist colonization of Palestine, and for establishing a shared democracy between the river and the sea. I'm here in my capacity as an expert on the crimes of house demolitions and settler colonialism. In the few minutes I have, I'll address specifically the need for the tribunal to look up from the specific areas of crime being committed by Israel in Gaza in order to hold accountable the very system, Zionist settler colonialism, that spawns those crimes. The crimes of which Israel is accused, from plausible genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, to specific and myriad violations of the Fourth Geneva Convention and the International Convention on the Suppression and Punishment of the Crime of Apartheid, among others, cannot be addressed only as crimes in and of themselves. For justice to be advanced and to ensure that these crimes never happen again, the political and ideological system from which they emerge must also be dismantled. This was recognized in a way when the UN General Assembly adopted the Zionism is Racism resolution in 1975. Although that wasn't an operational resolution, but merely declarative, and it was repealed, unfortunately, in 1991. The verdict regarding Israel's operations in Gaza must relate not only to specific criminal policies and actions, but also then to the criminal system that spawned them. Zionism's very purpose, to Judaize Palestine, by definition, violates the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination as guaranteed in the UN Charter. The principle that all peoples have an inalienable right to complete freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity has risen to a point of customary law. Settler colonialism, however, isn't a concept with a clear and adjudicable definition that can be applied in international law, like, for example, occupation or apartheid. This weakens the ability to apply international law to cases of settler colonialism. I would therefore like to shift the focus of the accusations from the crimes this tribunal is considering to the broader illegal colonial system of Zionism which gives rise to them. Settler colonialism, in both its ancient and modern forms, is a form of colonization in which settlers arrive in another country with the intent of taking it over. It can arise out of nationalist ideology, as in the case of Zionism, or as a policy of grabbing and integrating territory, as in the Sinification of Tibet, the Iraqi attempt to Arabize Kurdistan, or the Russification of Eastern Europe. Whatever the steps taken by the settlers, they follow a similar pattern. Displace or eliminate the indigenous population, take control of its lands, replace the native population with the settler one, a process which in Zionism is known as Judaization, and ultimately to normalize the new country. In the case of Zionism, to normalize the transformation of Palestine into Israel, in the image of the settlers themselves. This process then disappears the indigenous population. Palestine and Palestinians are disappeared, and the settlers become the new indigenous population. Genocide, cultural and physical, is therefore built into the settler project. As the Zionist leader and former Prime Minister Moshe Sharett said as far back as 1914, "We have not come to an empty land to inherit it. We have come to conquer a country from a people inhabiting it that governs it by virtue of its language and savage culture." So the flip side of Judaization is de-Arabization. Already in 1937, David Ben-Gurion, who was a vocal proponent of compulsory and total transfer, established a committee on population transfer within the Jewish Agency. This is a decade before the partition, of Palestine by the UN. And the whole idea of transfer was given its best expression by Joseph Weitz, who was the director of the Jewish National Fund's Land Settlement Department before '48. And he was the driving force behind the expulsions of 1948 when he declared, "It must be clear that there is no room in the country for both peoples. The only solution is a land of Israel without Arabs. There is no way but to transfer the Arabs from here to the neighboring countries, to transfer all of them, perhaps with the exception of Bethlehem, Nazareth, and Old Jerusalem. Not one village must be left, not one tribe, in the words of Joseph Weitz. Now, the initial transfer actually took place during the course of the Nakba, of course. In 1948, when Israel expelled about 750,000 Palestinians, more than half the population, the Palestinian population, and 85% of the Palestinians that were inhabiting what became the State of Israel. The transfer repeated itself in 1967, when between 280,000 and 325,000 Palestinians were driven from the West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights, as Israeli military violence was directed at the civilian population, including the demolition of population centers and the emptying of refugee camps by the Israeli army. And today, in the wake of its genocidal operations in Gaza, again, genocide and ethnic cleansing being part of the process of Judaization, Israel is openly negotiating with a number of countries, including South Sudan, Ethiopia, Libya, and Indonesia, to accept all or most of Gaza's 2.3 million people. This is an active campaign on the part of Israel today. This isn't just some idea in the air. In collaboration with the Trump administration, Israel's presented detailed plans for the redevelopment of Gaza, virtually devoid of its current inhabitants. The seizure of Palestinian lands is easily documented in maps. Since 1947, Israel has been awarded 56% of Palestine by the UN partition plan. It's conquered another 22% of Palestine in 1948. The Green Line that accepts internationally those conquests and the partition is now codified into what we call the Green Line, which has become de facto the border of Israel. And it's established full military control over the entire occupied territory. It's also annexed de facto Area C of the West Bank, the 62% of the West Bank, that today houses 800,000 settlers in more than 300 illegal settlements. 90% of the 6.7 million Palestinian residents of historic Palestine between the river and the sea are today confined by Israeli military and planning policies to 12% of their homeland. That 12% is comprised of some 170 disconnected enclaves. The loss of their country, their lands, and attempts to erase their culture and their very presence from Palestine compels the Palestinians to resist. And since resistance is therefore built into settler colonialism, Zionism cannot achieve its goals, normalizing its violent Judaization of Palestine, without pacification, without breaking all Palestinian resistance. That is the political background and the purpose behind the assault on Gaza. Pacification. Eliminating all resistance among an entire population must by necessity then shade into genocide. The principle of distinction between combatants and non-combatants, fundamental to the rules of warfare, can't be obeyed if the entire colonized population is engaged in resistance. Even non-violent resistance, like building homes on one's own land without a permit. But because the native population must be displaced and pacified for the settler project to succeed, Israel can't refrain from committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. All this compels the tribunal, in my view, to hold the very system of Zionist settler colonialism accountable, in the understanding that the system is illegal in international law by its very nature and purpose, and the fact that it is the source of the crimes the tribunal is investigating. I appeal to the members of the jury to do so. In addition, as the head of ICAD, I call on the members of the jury to address the issue that while democide, herbicide, and scholasticide are all aspects of cultural genocide itself is excluded from the Genocide Convention, which only recognizes physical genocide. Since the Nakba, Israel's demolished almost 500,000 Palestinian homes, schools, universities, libraries, museums, mosques, churches, commercial centers, markets, and farm buildings. We urge the international community to expand the Genocide Convention so that it includes all these crimes as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jeff. Amazing. We have actually 3 members of the jury have raised their hands in this situation. So what I'm going to suggest is that if you each ask the question, there are 3 of them, and perhaps that they overlap, and Jeff, you could answer them. So can I take them all together? So let's start with Biliana, who had her hand up first, then Chandra, then Ada. Keep them short if you can.
I'll try to keep it short, even though we are talking about the root causes and about the root causes of the situation of the genocide. But, and we started from the 19th century and all this prehistory. But the root causes are mutating. They are developing along with the changing world. And if we talk about the settler colonialism as a form of imperialism, today we talk about hyper-imperialism. So it is a global phenomenon. You suggested that we should focus on dismantling the criminal system of Israel. For me, it is too narrow, too local, not enough. Because we have to talk about the political economy of genocide, where complicit actors are private military companies, other states, other international organizations. How are we going to deal with all these actors? It is not only Israel. It would be very easy to point out Israel is the bad guy, let's dismantle the system, let's try to build something better. Sorry, I know it is a long and complex question.
Thank you. Chandra. Have you got a pen there, Jeff?
No.
To record that.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. The root cause in sustaining genocide and apartheid in Israel is perhaps linked to something very, very current and contemporary. And what is that? It is the link, the very intimate, intricate link between Zionism, the State of Israel, and global hegemony. The whole system is what sustains Israel. Don't forget that when Israel was established, there were statements made by American leaders and others who had openly admitted that if there wasn't Israel, they would have created an Israel. Why? Because of the strategic importance of that part of the world, the only part of the world where 3 continents meet, the great waterways, and at that point, the beginning of the discovery of oil and gas in that region. They needed a state that would play a particular role. And they'd already begun to see at the end of the 19th century, the rise of nationalism in various parts of the Arab world. They wanted a partner, tool, an agent that was much more reliable. And they created Israel for that reason. So the link with global hegemony is extremely important. And I cannot see Israel becoming a normal state. I cannot see genocide ending and all the other dimensions of this terrible conflict coming to an end without global hegemony coming to an end. That, to my mind, is the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. And Radha. That's on.
Okay. This is just a question about Zionism and genocide. I'd like to just clarify. Is genocide an inherent part of Zionism, or is it the case that Zionism, as you've explained, aimed to get rid of the population, not necessarily by killing them? If they had just got up and left Palestine, my understanding is this would not, the attempt would not have been made to kill them wherever they were, but the whole point, isn't it? It's just wanted to clarify that, if you wouldn't mind, as to what the essence of Zionism, while it might use genocide if it has to, in essence, it's aiming to expel the people.
Thank you, Radha. Jeff,
Can I squeeze in just a quick 30 seconds, if I may?
You've had a question, Sami. Can we've got online participants
Okay.
who are coming, so I think we can do something with the rapporteurs later. Sorry. Jeff, please come back.
All right. Well, in terms of the first comments, if I got it right, you know, settler colonialism is a system, and it's not unique to Zionism, of course. I mean, the settler colonial projects all over. I mentioned Iraq and Kurdistan. Well, there's the issue of Western Kurdistan as well. The United States, you know, Canada. I mean, you go all over the world. The French in Algeria. I mean, it's a system, and I guess what I was just trying to point out here and argue was that, you know, if you don't attack the system itself, you can attack its different symptoms, but you've got to, you know, you have to attack the causes of those crimes. And in fact, if you look at the settler colonial projects in different parts of the world, they follow a fairly similar pattern, as I tried to mention, so that even the crimes become kind of common and parallel. And so if you attack the settler colonial system, and I argue that the international legal system has tools for that, you're not only able to deal with all the instances of the crimes committed, but you're able to prevent the crimes. I mean, it was completely predictable. I think it was predictable to the UN in 1947 when they did the partition plan, that genocide was going to happen, that the Nakba was going to happen. I mean, it was all clear, not only from the statements of Ben-Gurion and these people, but from the very nature of what Israel was doing and what previous settler colonial enterprises did as well. So I think it's a lacuna. We use settler colonialism as kind of an analytical tool, which is really important, but I do think it has to somehow, I'm not an international lawyer, so I don't know how to do that, it has to be brought into the legal processes so that we can begin to attack the root causes and not simply the symptoms. In terms of global hegemony, I write a lot about that. I wrote a book called War Against the People. And it was subtitled Israel, the Palestinians, and Global Pacification. I talked about the pacification of Gaza, but Israel, in a sense, on the basis of what I call the Palestinian laboratory, you know, its 130-year war against the Palestinian people has developed tactics of population control, technologies of repression, surveillance, and weapons, you know, for wars against the people that countries don't have. You know, the Pentagon might have $1 trillion budget a year, but it didn't prevail in Iraq or Afghanistan. Wars against the people that especially arise out of the capitalist system we have are really Israel's niche. It's its specialty. Enforcing capitalism at a time when, with neoliberalism, of course, more and more people, including the middle-class young people of the global north, are being excluded from the global economy, from the job market, and so on. So that it serves that purpose, and it also serves to give support to repressive regimes. Let's not forget the Pegasus system in Khashoggi's telephone that Israel had supplied to Saudi Arabia. So, you know, this whole issue of Israel serving the hegemons, that was an essential principle of Zionism since Herzl went to the Sultan here in Istanbul to try to get a charter for Palestine. And when that didn't happen, he went to the German Kaiser, met him in Jerusalem to try to get a charter. Serving the hegemons has always been Zionism's strategy, because otherwise it's a small little movement of a few Jews somewhere. It doesn't make any. But if you can insert yourself into the global system, and Israel's very good at reading the needs of the different countries whose support it needs, then it's able to succeed. And in fact, I think there's a co-hegemony developing in the Middle East between Israel, which is becoming the military hegemon of the region to a large degree, certainly the Arab part of the Middle East, and Saudi Arabia, which is becoming the economic hegemon. And, you know, so those kinds of considerations, it's true, really, you know, give even a wider context to how Israel succeeds in its settler colonial project. And finally, just really quickly, I think you know, genocide, that's what I was trying to argue in this presentation. But genocide isn't only physical genocide. It has to do, you know, when Raphael Lemkin developed the concept of genocide, he got the United Nations to accept the physical genocide part, but not the cultural genocide part. But cultural genocide also prevents peoples from reproducing themselves. If they don't have land, if they're expelled, if they're scattered, if they're oppressed, they can't, if they're diseased, they can't reproduce themselves. So that part of genocide should be that should be a campaign of ours, to expand the Geneva Convention, so that genocide can mean killing a population, which Israel has done, and also expelling them, you know, which Israel has done in mass, and also marginalizing them, which is what Israel is doing in terms of, like I said, confining the Palestinians to 12% of their country today. And I'll end on this, that Israel really has given the Palestinians, this is reflected in this, a very stark option of three things. Israel has said to the Palestinians, you submit to us. If you recognize this country as a Jewish country from the river to the sea, and you submit, and you know your place, and you shut up, and you stop resisting, of course, we'll let you stay. So in a sense, submission is also kind of a part of this genocidal, or get out. Israel says to the Palestinians, you're living in a prison. You're in a prison, but the back door is open. Go out, however you want to go out, and go settle somewhere else, or die. And I think that's the message of Gaza especially. Submit, leave, or die. And those are the, I think, different aspects of genocide, and we shouldn't reduce genocide only to the physical wholesale killing of a people.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
Thank you, Professor Halper. And now we will continue with the online sessions, and apologies for a bit of a delay, considering we have had these discussions right after the speaking of previous speakers. So, apartheid as a denial of self-determination. Rania Mkareb will be speaking about this. Rania, do you hear us?
Okay.
Okay, Rania, you have your time.
Thank you. Members of the Jury of Conscience, my name is Rania Muharib. I'm a human rights scholar, and I'm here in my capacity as an expert on apartheid in Palestine. I will address Israel's crime of apartheid as a denial of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination. Distinguished members of the jury, apartheid is a colonial system of domination. It is fundamentally a denial of the right to self-determination. In South Africa, apartheid involved not only institutionalized racial discrimination and segregation, but also the grand apartheid project of territorial fragmentation and political repression. It was understood as a denial of self-determination against which the General Assembly affirmed the legitimacy of people's struggles for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation. Through efforts of the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa, apartheid was enshrined as a crime against humanity in the 1973 Apartheid Convention and the 1998 Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. It is an institutionalized regime of systematic racial oppression and domination, prohibited as a peremptory norm of international law, and constitutes a threat to international peace and security. Members of the jury, Israel's apartheid regime has been widely recognized. In July 2024, the International Court of Justice determined that Israel is in breach of the prohibition of racial segregation and apartheid. For decades prior to that, grassroots movements, civil society, scholars, practitioners, UN experts, and increasingly states have recognized Israel's illegal apartheid regime. This has now become a consensus position within the human rights movement. Israel's apartheid has oppressed and dominated the Palestinian people since the start of the Nakba, the catastrophe in 1948. Palestinians have endured mass displacement and dispossession from their lands across historic Palestine and have been subjected to widespread and systematic human rights violations constituting inhuman acts of apartheid. These have included population transfer, persecution, extrajudicial executions, mass arbitrary detention, torture, rape and other sexual violence, enforced disappearance, and other inhuman acts intentionally causing great suffering and serious injury to body and physical and mental health. These, in addition to fragmentation, illegal occupation, annexation, aggression, and the ongoing genocide, are embedded in the ideology of Zionism as a racially exclusive settler colonial project in Palestine. Israel's ongoing violations and international crimes have been well documented for decades, including by numerous UN commissions of inquiry, fact-finding missions, and investigatory bodies, none of whose recommendations have to date been implemented. The jury will want to consider that to recognize Israeli apartheid is to root it within Zionist settler colonialism's eliminatory project to erase and replace the indigenous Palestinian people. Zionism constitutes Israel's official policy and its raison d'etat. Racial supremacy is embedded in Israeli laws, policies, practices, and the institutions of the Zionist movement. The latter, including the Jewish National Fund, the World Zionist Organization, and the Jewish Agency, have operated for the past century to privilege Jewish nationals while depriving the indigenous Palestinian people of their inalienable right to self-determination, including permanent sovereignty over natural resources across historic Palestine. The jury should be aware that Zionist parastatal institutions enjoy quasi-governmental status under the 1952 World Zionist Organization Jewish Agency status law, and they have played a central role in the colonization of Palestine and the displacement and dispossession of Palestinians on both sides of the Green Line. Already in 1998, the UN Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights recognized that these policies amount to an institutionalized form of discrimination, whereby Zionist institutions, by definition, would deny the use of properties such as land, water, and other natural resources to non-Jews, in particular the indigenous Palestinian people and also Syrians in the occupied Syrian Jowlan. 2 decades later, the Israeli parliament adopted the 2018 Jewish nation-state basic law, enshrining Jewish settlement as a national value. Palestinian human rights group Adala called the nation-state basic law a colonial law with distinct apartheid characteristics, and has highlighted Israel's ban on Palestinian family unification as worse than the laws adopted under apartheid in South Africa. Similarly, South African jurist and former UN Special Rapporteur on Palestine, John Dugard, considered already a decade ago that Israel's crimes are, quote, infinitely worse than those of apartheid South Africa. Members of the jury of conscience, the Palestinian movement for freedom, justice, and equality has for over 2 decades advocated for a comprehensive understanding of the root causes in Palestine. These are over a century of racist Zionist settler colonialism that has sought the elimination of the Palestinian people from the land, 77 years of ongoing Nakba and apartheid, and 58 years of illegal Israeli occupation, all of which must be radically dismantled through a process of decolonization. I wish to draw the jury's attention here to 3 critical points. First, the Gaza genocide is taking place in a broader context. It is a culmination of Israel's settler colonial apartheid regime, as recognized by South Africa in its application against Israel before the ICJ under the 1948 Genocide Convention. In 2021, the Gaza-based Al Mizan Center for Human Rights found that the Israeli regime deliberately imposes on Palestinians in the Gaza Strip living conditions calculated to cause their physical destruction in whole or in part, constituting an inhuman act of both the Apartheid Convention and the Genocide Convention. Second, a comprehensive articulation of the root causes in Palestine is essential to ending impunity, dismantling the system of oppression and domination, and realizing the Palestinian people's inalienable rights to self-determination and return. In this regard, it is worth recalling that Israel's apartheid regime targets the Palestinian people as a whole. It operates through perpetuating the ongoing Nakba of displacement, dispossession, and denial of the right of return, and through the fragmentation of the Palestinian people. In the Gaza Strip, under illegal siege, blockade, and enduring the ongoing genocide, in the occupied West Bank, including Jerusalem, in 1948 Palestine, and in forced exile. The jury may recall that in 2011, the Russell Tribunal on Palestine concluded that, and I quote, Israel's rule over the Palestinian people, wherever they reside, collectively amounts to a single, integrated regime of apartheid, end of quote. Despite this, Israel's apartheid has often been addressed in a piecemeal manner, focusing only on some areas of Israeli control rather than the nature of the Israeli regime as it targets the Palestinian people as a people. Even the International Court of Justice in July 2024 considered Israel's breach of the prohibition of racial segregation and apartheid only with reference to its illegal practices in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, without addressing the totality of the Palestinian experience as part of the ongoing Nakba. Third, and finally, recognition of Israel's illegal apartheid regime necessitates the activation of international justice and accountability mechanisms. Indeed, Palestinian human rights organizations first advanced the apartheid framework in order to trigger international responsibility and to end the ongoing Nakba. Third states have a legal duty not to aid or assist in the maintenance of this illegal situation and to cooperate to end it through lawful means, including through sanctions, arms embargoes, and other effective measures. Perpetrators must be held accountable, while institutions, including companies, universities, sporting and cultural associations, must fully and immediately divest from and cut ties with Israeli apartheid and genocide. These measures are long overdue and have been advanced by the Palestinian movement for freedom, justice, and equality as the most meaningful forms of solidarity with the Palestinian people. Global civil society has also demanded for over 2 decades the reactivation of the General Assembly's anti-apartheid mechanisms, comprising the UN Special Committee Against Apartheid and the UN Center Against Apartheid, to direct global efforts toward the dismantlement of Israel's illegal apartheid regime. To conclude, Israeli apartheid operates as a tool of Zionist settler colonialism, both of which must be radically dismantled if the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people are to be realized. At the forefront of these are the right to self-determination and the right of return of Palestinian refugees and displaced persons to their homes, their lands, and properties, of which they have been illegally and violently displaced and dispossessed ever since the start of the Nakba. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Rania. Could you please stay online? Could our participants online please stay online, because there will be an opportunity for the jurors to ask questions when all of the online participation is finished.
Yes, there will be time for discussion. Thank you, Penny, for calling them. Next to speak is Rabia Agbaria, as you can see on our screen behind our back, towards Nakba as a legal concept. Rabia, the time is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Members of the Jury of Conscience, my name is Rabia Ighbariyi, and I'm a lawyer and legal scholar writing on the Nakba as a legal concept. I speak to you today at a time when many rushed to declare the Gaza genocide over. Yet Gaza remains in ruins. Its devastation is unlike anything we have witnessed before. Israel has violated the so-called ceasefire over 45 times since it was announced just 2 weeks ago, killing over 50 Palestinians since. The acts of extermination have clearly not ceased. But even if they did, what we know is this: a genocide does not simply vanish. It does not miraculously evaporate. It is embedded in a deeper and darker systems of injustice and oppression. The genocide in Gaza over the past 2 years is not an isolated aberration. It is a culmination of a century-long process rooted in a political ideology, Zionism. Destructive ideologies mirror the calamities they produce and often become defined from the perspective of their victims. The Nazi ideology produced the Holocaust, and Afrikaner nationalism generated apartheid. Both ideologies are inseparable from the atrocities they committed. This jury may want to ask, what has Zionism birthed? We live in a world where Zionism is often publicly celebrated, bragging about the creation of a Jewish state in Palestine, while the victims of this very project are ignored and their suffering rendered invisible. Yet Palestinians have named this violence of Zionism for decades, Nakba. Meaning catastrophe in Arabic, the term Nakba is often used to refer to the mass expulsion of over 750,000 Palestinians in 1948, when Zionist militias looted and destroyed over 500 cities and villages in their brutal campaign of ethnically cleansing Palestine. But the 1948 Nakba has undergone a metamorphosis. It has evolved from an event of mass expulsion and land theft into a brutally sophisticated structure of oppression. On one hand, the Nakba dispersed most Palestinians outside Palestine, while denying them their right of return. On the other hand, it concentrated the remaining Palestinians in ever-shrinking and militarily controlled territories, subjecting them to the differential kinds of violence. For those expelled, refugeehood has become a form of permanent exile. For those who managed to remain within the territories Israel claimed, 19 years of military rule followed, marking the beginning of institutional subjugation and second-class citizenship. For those in the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, Jerusalem, or the Syrian Golan Heights, the extension of the Israeli occupation in 1967 has brought about further displacement and decades of military domination, imposing divergent realities on each of these locales. Gaza specifically is home to 2 million Palestinians, the majority refugees or descendants of refugees expelled in 1948. Their confinement in this small strip of land is not accidental. Their siege for 17 years before the current genocide is a continuation of Nakba's logic, premised on the denial of their inalienable right of return. What we must consider today is this: even if the genocide in Gaza ends, the Nakba continues. For every household, there is a Nakba story. For each refugee, a stolen home. It is precisely in this moment of suffocating absence of words, it is when language fails to capture that this end is not really an end, that a ceasefire is not a synonym for freedom. It is now that we must turn to name the Nakba in all its continuity. Simply put, the Nakba never ceased, and the genocide in Gaza is inextricable from this ongoing Nakba. Members of the jury, The Nakba was born in 1948, the same year the Genocide Convention went into effect, and the same year that apartheid was institutionalized in South Africa. Yet the Nakba remained the forgotten sister of both genocide and apartheid, two crimes against humanity that, in contrast, gained global recognition. I am here to remind the jury that this absence of Nakba in law is not neutral. It is complicit. What I ask you to consider today is that Nakba itself must be understood as a legal concept, autonomous and distinct, if we are to reckon truthfully with the reality in Palestine we are witnessing today. Its foundational violence is displacement, its structure is fragmentation, and its purpose is to deny the Palestinian people their right to self-determination. The ongoing stream of Nakba has long ago intersected with the spectacular violence of occupation, apartheid, and genocide. From the acts of ethnic cleansing carried out in 48 to the military rule of Palestinians inside Israel between 49 to 66, to the extension of the military rule to the West Bank, Jerusalem, Gaza, the Golan Heights in 67, to the Sabra and Shatila massacres of 1982, massacres that the global majority in the United Nations recognized then as acts of genocide. The Nakba has contained many unspeakable crimes that meet the legal definition of both apartheid and genocide. Still, the totality of these crimes has never been recognized, and the overall settler colonial project they advanced has often remained obfuscated. The legal language we possess has treated Palestinians at best as victims of different episodes of violence or so-called conflict, rather than victims of an overarching and organized project of dispersal, domination, and denial of self-determination. That's why we must insist to name this violence in law. To render the Nakba invisible is to make its continuation possible. Nakba is the grammar that ties Gaza's destruction to the permanent exile of refugees, the fragmentation of the West Bank to the subjugation of Palestinians inside Israel, and the Palestinians' enforced exile around the world to Palestine itself. The crime of Nakba, understood as a structure, not as an event, captures what the other legal categories, even when correct, leave fragmented. Members of the jury, the crime of Nakba is the paradigmatic crime of settler colonialism in the 20th and the 21st centuries. The disastrous qualities of the Nakba rest on the dual violence of both expulsion and concentration, fragmentation and domination, both designed to deny a group its inalienable right to self-determination in its homeland, while granting that very power to a settler society. Members of the jury, the genocide in Gaza today cannot be understood without the longer view of the Nakba. And while law has often failed Palestinians, it is still a terrain where truth must be fought for. To recognize Nakba as an autonomous legal concept is not to imagine that the law will save us. It is to demand that law tell the truth, that what we see in Gaza today is not simply a horrendous episode, but the continuation of a century-long project designed to deny the Palestinian people their right to self-determination and their very existence in Palestine. By affirming Nakba as a legal concept and a continuous crime, you, as a jury of conscience, are not creating something new. You're recognizing what Palestinians have testified to for generations. You're saying there is no past war and present conflict. There is only one continuous Nakba, and the genocide in Gaza is its most devastating manifestation. The Nakba must urgently be recognized, ended, and remedied. Thank you, and may we all live to see the day when the Nakba is finally overcome.
Thank you, Mr. Igbaria. Next is Mr. Yanis Varoufakis, Capitalism and Related Structural Dynamics Behind the Genocide. Mr. Varoufakis, do you hear us?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The time is yours.
My name is Yannis Varoufakis. I'm an economist, a politician, and an activist representing Greece's MENA25 party, as well as the pan-European radical movement DiEM25. And I'm here in my capacity as an expert on the manner in which capitalist dynamics are fueling and reinforcing the genocide of the Palestinian people. Today, with a view to assisting the jury to reach an informed verdict, I shall address the economic forces underpinning the complicity of global capital in initially the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and more recently their genocide. The jury should want to keep in mind that genocide pays, and I shall be arguing later, it pays a great deal more now that a new form of capital has evolved and is involved in the execution of genocide. To begin, the jury should want to acknowledge that capitalism thrives on human misery and in sheer destruction. There is therefore no great paradox in the fact that at a time when demand for goods and services, production, and consumer confidence are falling precipitously in Israel, nevertheless, at this very same time, the Israeli stock exchange not only did not fall since the Gaza genocide began, but in fact it rose by more than 160%. This reflects the underlying political economy of occupation, and in particular, the manner in which thousands of Israeli companies are intertwined with American, European, Korean merger corporations, as well as one large Brazilian company, shamefully, including the world's weightiest financial conglomerates, all that comprising an international network that kicked into overdrive after October 2023. The moment the Israeli defense budget doubled, it crowded into Israel's financial circuits large investments and therefore enablers of its killing machine. For more detailed information on this, the jury should take into account the excellent report to the United Nations published by Francesca Albanese, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. Francesca's report is entitled From Economy of Occupation to Economy of Genocide. Of course, none of this is new, per se. History teaches us that economic interests have been key drivers and enablers of colonial enterprises, and often of the genocides they perpetrated. The corporate sector has been intrinsic to colonialism since its inception, with corporations beginning with the Dutch and the British East India companies, historically contributing to the violence against, the exploitation of, and ultimately the dispossession of indigenous people and lands, a mode of domination known as racial colonial capitalism. Israel's colonization of the occupied Palestinian lands could not have been an exception. The jury should be aware of the manner in which Palestine today demonstrates all three phases of colonial expropriation. First came the phase of unsophisticated, brutalist expropriation, the brutal plunder of land and the conversion of indigenous people into either refugees or, more likely, cheap and even slave labor. That phase, which led to the rise of capitalism in the 18th century, has been evidence in Palestine at least since the Balfour Declaration, and much, much more so during and in the aftermath of the Nakba. Palestinian land was brutally expropriated, and the Palestinians either turned into refugees or encased in Bantustans, which ended up, until at least the Second Intifada, providing cheap labor to the colonizers. Now, turning to the second phase of modern colonialism, also known as neo-imperialism, that did not so much concern the plunder of land as it was intended to secure markets for the surplus commodities produced in the capitalist metropolis, commodities that the capitalist metropolis could not absorb domestically due to insufficient domestic demand. The neo-imperialist dimension also made its appearance in Palestine in connection to the plight of the Palestinian people, as Israel began to absorb massive quantities of weaponry imported from the United States, from Germany, from the United Kingdom and elsewhere. Imports into Israel that contributed significantly to the aggregate demand of the exporting countries. More recently still, the Israeli arms manufacturers have managed to enter this game as exporters by exporting high-tech weaponry tried and tested on the Palestinian population, exporting those technologies to foreign countries, including, shamefully, to my own country, Greece, but also to Arab countries too, let's not forget that. And that brings me to the third phase of contemporary capital accumulation, feeding expropriation at home and colonialism abroad. The phase which I like to refer to as the techno-feudal phase, a phase underpinned by the accumulation of a new radical form of capital, which I've called cloud capital. War, ladies and gentlemen, was always lucrative. Arms dealers made fortunes from supplying weapons to the highest bidder. Indirectly, all sorts of capital, including capital that produced consumer goods, accumulated faster at times of war and destruction. But in this techno-feudal age phase that I'm referring to, cloud capital, this new radical form of capital, accumulates new powers in the battlefields. How? Directly by improving its algorithms' capacity to understand and to manipulate humans. Nothing helps cloud capital improve its efficiency than the real-time experience of monitoring and manipulating the behavior of combatants, of target selectors, those people in the military who select targets, of the politicians that enable these target selectors, and yes, tragically, of the population targeted for annihilation. The jury will want to note that cloud capital is a network of machines comprising smartphones, tablets, servers, algorithms, a network of machines which does something remarkable. We train it, this network of machines, to train us, to train it, that network of machines, to know us well enough, and eventually to manipulate our behavior, therefore imparting, giving the owners of this cloud capital exorbitant powers to do things to us against our will in their interest. In this context, the jury should want to take into account the fact that no country in the world has given as much access to a population's biometric data as Israel has given, let's say, to a company like IBM. And since the Gaza genocide began, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, that is Google, and Palantir, let's not forget Palantir, have been expanding their cloud capital penetration at a breathtaking pace. Face recognition software, target selection algorithms, and automated execution systems are being tested in real time, at will, and with fewer ethical constraints than in the case of experiments on laboratory rats. America's big tech, Silicon Valley, could not be happier with the genocide. The jury should therefore be aware of the fact that today's AI targeting devices that maximize death and destruction in Gaza will tomorrow morning power up the Amazon or Google or Microsoft algorithms, which make us buy stuff we neither need nor want, algorithms which poison our conversations in our social media here in the West, that drive increasingly dispossessed proletarians, drivers, nurses, and warehouse workers. In other words, I call upon the jury to note that what is happening in Palestine, the unfolding ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the genocide in Gaza, is totally intertwined with the forms of exploitation and the toxification of our social milieu in the rest of the world. In this sense, yes, our freedom in the rest of the world is certainly connected with the liberation of Palestinians from colonialism, expropriation, fear, and manipulation. To conclude, I would like to thank the jury for its important work and to implore its members to pay attention to the manner in which capitalist dynamics, especially the capitalist dynamics underpinning the reproduction of cloud capital, the way that these dynamics are fueling and reinforcing the genocide of the Palestinian people should be a significant part of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varoufakis. And now, Usama Makdisi will be speaking, and the subject is root causes drawing on historical perspective. Mr. Makdisi, do you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much, and
Okay.
the time is yours.
All right, thank you. Distinguished members of the Jury of Conscience, my name is Usama Makdisi, a professor here at UC Berkeley in history. For 2 years, we have witnessed genocide. And for 2 years, the question that has haunted me and still haunts me is why across so many parts of the liberal West that so solemnly proclaims the universality of law and human rights is the professed concern with Jewish life consistently predicated on an obvious devaluation of Muslim and Christian Palestinian life. The question that concerns me and us is why and how Palestinians have been systematically dehistoricized. That is to say, how and why Palestinians have been rendered a people without history, without ethical or political importance, a people whose past and therefore present and future has been overwritten by a deeply pro-Israel, Eurocentric narrative. This overwriting of Palestinian history is a key prelude to the dehumanization and the genocide that we have witnessed. This devaluation of Palestinian and of course Arab and Muslim life more broadly in fact has a long history. After the Crusades and beginning with the Reformation, Protestant enthusiasts and theologians in Europe and North America fantasized about the idea of a return of the Jews to biblical Palestine, but they had no interest in the actually existing diverse population of actual Palestine, or for that matter, of the Jews of Europe. In the 19th century, the Zionist Jewish nationalist movement emerged among European Ashkenazi Jews, such as Theodor Herzl. But the Zionist movement too, at first, also ignored the native Palestinian population. Part of this, of course, was geography. Zionism was not born among the ancient Jewish communities of the East, but in Europe. Its leaders were not Arab or Eastern or Sephardic Jews, but European Ashkenazi Jews. Its ethno-religious nationalist ideology was forged not by the pluralism of the Middle East, but by the competing racial and ethnic and linguistic nationalism of Europe. The racial anti-Semitism of the West, that was one of the main catalysts for European Jewish nationalism, was alien, of course, to the rhythms of religious difference and coexistence, so familiar to the diverse inhabitants of the Ottoman Islamic East. As Abe Shleim and Lana Tatur have just explained to you, the Zionist project developed as an openly colonialist project in an era, the 19th century, when European empires routinely segregated humanity into a hierarchy of superior and inferior races. So while leading Zionists such as Herzl grappled with the racial anti-Semitism of Europe, they were also desperate to belong to this Europe. They expressed, shared, contributed to, and circulated many of the foundational tropes of racism of 19th century Western culture, that the non-West was manifestly inferior, that the land of indigenous peoples was largely quote-unquote empty and thus open to colonization, and that the removal of native peoples was justifiable, inevitable, and necessary. Recall, of course, one of the most notorious slogans of the Zionist movement was "a land without a people for a people without a land." The underlying point here is that both Christian and Jewish versions of colonial Zionism were predicated on solving Europe's so-called Jewish question, these are European terms, by removing or restoring Jews en masse to Palestine as if Palestinians did not exist and more fundamentally did not matter. What is astonishing is just how many significant proponents of colonial Zionism in Palestine, from Theodor Herzl to Arthur Balfour to W.E.B. Du Bois, all made variations of the same argument, that the Jewish people could not be assimilated into the Christian West, that they needed a national home of their own, that Palestine was a logical place to send them out of Europe. Thus, the transformation of multi-religious Palestine into a Jewish state was necessary to resolve Europe's so-called Jewish problem. The anti-Semitism in this Zionist proposition was either acknowledged obliquely or proclaimed or admitted openly. that Jews could not belong in Europe, and thus for their sake they had to be encouraged out of Europe, to build a European state outside of Europe. The racist Orientalism that regarded the native Palestinian population as dispensable was simply taken for granted. From the outset of the Zionist colonial project in the 19th century, Palestinians were consistently deemed inferior, lacking history, and thus utterly irrelevant to a changing Western understanding of itself, whether we're talking about the 19th century that explicitly was racist and colonial, or in the post-World War II era that claimed to repudiate anti-Semitism, that is to say the West. So note that after World War II, members of the jury, US politicians rejected allowing the survivors of the Holocaust into the United States, just as Arthur Balfour himself had at the turn of the 20th century rejected Eastern European Jewish immigration to England. But at the same time, US politicians, journalists, and intellectuals across the United States and in Europe supported sending hundreds of thousands of Jewish displaced persons to Palestine in the name of decency and humanitarianism. Native Palestinians were entirely shut out of this decision-making process that most directly affected them. In November 1947, despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of the population of Palestine was Palestinian, and despite centuries of Palestinian belonging on what had always been their land, their villages, their towns, and their homes, there was no consideration given to the fact that the idea of resolving Europe's Jewish question and then the question of displaced persons, in other words, Jewish survivors of the Holocaust, at their expense should be seriously challenged. Virtually every Western state that voted for partition in 1947 recognized that Palestinians existed, and this is what's different from the 19th century version. After World War II, the European powers and the United States recognized that Palestinians existed, and they also recognized that they would be harmed by any partition plan of Palestine. But they justified their vote for partition in 1947 by insisting that what happened to the Jews of Europe was a horror that needed urgent redress. In other words, they valued what happened in Europe far more than they valued what was going to happen in Palestine. And this redress, they said, embracing Zionist logic, could only occur in Palestine, even if it came at the expense of the Palestinians. The Nakba, which we heard about just now, or the calamity of 1948, followed. Note that the co-author of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Eleanor Roosevelt, rationalized and justified the uprooting of Palestinians. Roosevelt blamed the Palestinians for opposing their own displacement. She justified her support for colonial Zionism by dehistoricizing what she regarded as primitive, irrational, and aggressive Arabs. World War II and the creation of Israel in 1948 reflected, in short, more than just Western settler colonialism as a practice of native elimination. The support of Israel, the identification with Israel after 1948, reflected a reconstitution, or at least a claim to reconstitute post-war Western humanism at the expense of the Palestinians. The creation of Israel as a Jewish state therefore represented an implied Western atonement for its own terrible past, or at least a claim to atone for this past. Israel, remember, received reparations from Germany in 1953. Israel was celebrated, recall, in the liberal and leftist Western world before it was celebrated in the conservative and anti-immigrant West that we see today. But it is crucial to point out that the war against Nazi racism, and specifically the Western repudiation of the virulent anti-Jewish ideology of the Nazi state, was not predicated on a Western rejection of colonialism more broadly. France fought bitterly to remain in Algeria. Britain fought bitterly to remain in Kenya. The US supported Jim Crow segregation in the US South, and all supported apartheid South Africa. My point is that support for the new state of Israel after 1948, established outside of Europe in the name of the Jewish people after the Holocaust, was key to a reconstitution of post-war Western humanism, a sense of belonging in the world, a sense of leading the world. Palestinians, however, did not figure in this moral calculus, nor did most of the rest of the colonized world. This Western denial of an ancient, sustained, and meaningful Palestinian relationship to Palestine has had profoundly corrosive moral, political, and ethical effects. I appeal to members of the jury to see that these effects in Gaza, in the Gaza genocide, are playing out today in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Osama.
Thank you, Mr. Makdisi. And now we're opening time for some discussion, questions, and answers. So I'm going to ask our online speakers to stay online, as our Professor Penny said a few minutes ago. So yes, please, jury, it's your time now. If you have any questions, you're free to ask.
Oh, thank you. I got a few questions. Can I all of them at once?
You can ask our online participants if you want to, and you can just refer to the one that you're asking the question so that they know, because they cannot see us.
Okay, very well. This is for Avi, and it comes from the personal experience, which has to do with the Jews of the Arab world. Are they seen also as victims, and do they have any kind of say about what's going on in terms of reparations or things of that sort? And how do you, from your own personal experience, where do you put yourself in this situation? For Jeff, he mentioned the principles of combatant and non-combatant cannot be applied. And I think he said it in the context of the victims. And then he talked about resistance. He distinguished between armed and non-armed resistance. And in that context, are there differences between combatants and non-combatants, since all of them are settler colonialists, whether by choice or by being there? For Mr. Yanis Varoufakis, I wonder if he can answer this question about when you are a victim of a system and you're being exploited economically, is there a way that the victims can disengage, economically speaking, from their victimizers? In other words, the people of Gaza and the West Bank, can you think of any model by which they can disengage from that, again, as part of their resistance? And finally, for Lana, she was asked about the question about why does Zionism persist? Can you identify from your perspective what would be the main sources of the Zionist strength and perpetuation? What would they be? Thank you.
Thank you, Sami. There are quite a few questions there. So what I'm going to suggest is that we take them one by one now. And we begin with the question that you directed, I think, to Avi. Is that right? Your first question was to Avi. So.
Thank you for your question to me about my personal experience. I've written an autobiography called 3 Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew. And in it I tried to interweave a family history with a broader history of the Jews of Iraq. And I think of it as my impersonal autobiography. And my wife, who read it chapter by chapter, said to me one day, Avi, I'm very worried. I am on chapter 5 and you weren't born yet. And the reason for this is that I wanted to write an account of what it was like to be Arab Jews, Jews of the Arab lands. Israel, the Zionist movement, is a movement by European Jews for European Jews. It didn't include us. After Israel was created in 1948, and after the Holocaust, the Zionist leaders looked for Jews from wherever they could find them, including the Jews of the Arab lands. But they looked down on Arabs as backward and inferior, and they looked down on us as equally inferior, but they needed us for building the state of Israel. So we were in Iraq, we were a minority. Iraq didn't have a Jewish problem. Europe had a Jewish problem. In Iraq there were many minorities, and we were one minority among many, and there was a tradition of religious tolerance between the minorities. In Israel, we became second-class citizens, and it took Europe much longer to accept Jews as equal citizens than it took the Arab world.
Thank you.
Before we continue, I would just like to ask, I know that the subject is extremely complex and extremely wide, but all of the participants to keep their answers short and sharp, because I'm sure that jury has a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Avi. The next question was for Jeff. And so, Jeff, if you could be brief, that would be terrific, and it related to resistance, armed and non-armed.
You know I can't be brief.
I'm here to make sure you are.
I didn't quite understand everything. The sound isn't so good, but I think I can relate to this. We have to put this into a wider framework. We're using the concept settler colonialism not only as a kind of an analytical framework, but basically it's essentially different from a conflict. There's a conflict between conflict and settler colonialism. We all use the terms the Arab-Palestinian conflict. The Palestinians talk about a conflict. It's not a conflict. A conflict is between two sides, right? And somehow they get into some kind of a dispute, of a fight. And how do you resolve a conflict? Through compromise and negotiations, conflict resolution. Well, colonialism, including settler colonialism, is unilateral. The Palestinians, like I said, were never in a fight with Jews. They're not a side. And to call this a conflict, to raise the Zionists and the Israelis to the level of a side in a conflict is legitimizing an illegal, immoral, unjust colonial movement to a legitimate side. Once the Palestinians recognize Israel as a side, they've legitimized what's basically settler colonialism. So there's a conflict between the whole idea of a conflict and settler colonialism. It isn't only an analytical framework. It really is a whole different type of contention, and at the same time, the Palestinians are an indigenous people living on their lands, having their cultures. All of a sudden, they find themselves reduced to being a side. Now they have to defend why they're on their land, what are they doing in a Jewish country at all, why are they resisting? They have to defend why they're resisting colonialism. So if the minute we use the word conflict, we're trapping the Palestinians into a lose-lose kind of a framework, and that's true in terms of things like terms like combatants and non-combatants. Because if you look at this as a conflict, the Palestinians are a military side, and then they're subject to and limited to the rules of lawfare. But in settler colonialism, it's a conflict, if you want to put it that way, or a contest between two peoples. So the colonists come in and it's military for them. But you can't compare. There's no symmetry between the violence of a military-based colonial movement intent on conquering a country and the resistance of the indigenous population. And so, the danger of this idea of a conflict and placing the Palestinians within the framework of combatants in a conflict.
I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to wait much longer for what is supposed to be a brief interjection. So I won't waste your time. I'm leaving. Thank you.
Oh, Yanis, we have the next question.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but you have not kept to the rules of our debate. Some people have had a lot more time, and I did make my deposition. I hope the jury comes to a verdict that will help the struggle. But I'm not prepared to sit idly by while the moderation is taking this particular turn.
I'm sorry.
Okay? So I'm handing over my time to other speakers. Goodbye.
Okay. Thank you very much for your contribution. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, as we said, we know that the topic is really complex and wide. That's why we are trying to keep our answers short and sharp. So yeah, let's go to the next questions. We have like 5 to 7 minutes.
The next question was to Lana, and the question was, can you identify the main sources of Zionist strength? Is Lana in the room?
Yes, please, if you can.
Yes, sure. The question, Lana, was, can you identify the main sources of Zionist strength? Comes from Sami Al-Arian.
There are several. First of all, the Zionist ideology is part of imperialism and Western imperialism and colonialism, so the interests align. The second issue is obviously the view of the Holocaust as exceptional form of genocide, and that has given the West has given quite a bit of impunity to Israel in the name of Jewish history. And what happens in that space is also part of it, that we Palestinians are being cast as inherently anti-Semitic. The racism against us is not being recognized, and it's more than that. We're seen as the producers of the worst type of racism as it acknowledged in the West. So there is that aspect as well. But it's really important to locate Zionism within particular history, Western history of imperialism, race, and colonialism, and the alignment is there, and we see Western countries prioritizing the interests of Israel over their own citizens precisely because they see the interests of Israel as their own interests. But it's a big question, so I'm gonna...
Thank you, Lana. I think Chandra has the next question.
My question is related to Yannis' presentation.
He's gone now.
So he's not going to be able to answer this here. But for the sake of our audience here, I thought that one of the points that should also be considered is, if you look at the support of the USSR for the creation of Israel in 1948, and the factors that generated that support, related to the Holocaust, it was related to the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, and there was a very strong sentiment prevailing within the Soviet Union about the state, the plight of the Jews. In other words, when you discuss how important capitalism was to the whole process, you cannot ignore these other factors, which were also very, very important. In other words, even if you didn't have the intertwining of Zionist interests with capitalism, what had happened to the Jews, the Holocaust, and everything else would also merit consideration.
Thank you, Chandra. Are there any other questions from our jurors? Okay, in that case, I'd like to thank the online presenters very much, and I'll hand over to Marima.
Thank you. I guess that's it for questions and answers and discussion for today when it comes to this segment of today's first day of the conference. Thank you for the online speakers. Thank you for your time and your patience. And yes, now I will give you a break for coffee 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll be head back to listen to witness stories to those who were in the genocide area, who survived, and who have a lot to say.
Yes, there's another part. I'll just turn it.
So I'd like to kindly ask you to please take your seats and we could proceed with the conference. So our next section is the part where we talk about crimes of genocide and war crimes, so we could reach the final verdict on Sunday. In this part of today's conference, we will be talking about the crimes, and first one to speak is a genocide survivor, and we will be listening to his testimony. Haider Eid is with us in the next minutes. Mr. Eid, do you hear us? Do we have Mr. Eid online? Okay. So, Mr. Eid, you have your time. So please, as I've said, testimony of genocide survivor, Mr. Haider Eid. Mr. Eid, we are trying to fix the tone, because at this very moment we did not hear what you were saying. So if you could just wait for 1 second and let our team fix the tone. Yeah, obviously now it should be okay. So if you can hear me, you can start, and hopefully we will hear you too. Maybe we could try with Ms. Noura Erekat, if she's ready, until we fix the tone with Mr. Eid. So while the team is trying to fix this little issue with the tone, it's something that it usually happens when you use these technicalities, and we are really trying to have everyone here and hear everyone's opinion about this really important subject, something that we will have a conclusion of on Sunday. Today we had an overview of the work of the Gaza Tribunal of chambers and everything that has been discussing in there. So maybe we now have Mr. Eid. So, as I have said before, we have heard what the Gaza Tribunal has been doing for the past year. We also heard global statements of conscience from different speakers, from Ordati Roy, Marsha Gross, Raji Surani spoke for us, Omar Suleimani.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear me?
And Roger Waters. Now I think we hear Mr. Aid. Can you hear me?
You can hear me. And everybody in the audience?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Here is your time.
Okay, now I can start. Okay, thank you
Feel
so
free to
much.
start, yes.
Thank you so much. Should I? Okay, from the beginning again?
Yes, please, if it's not a problem for you.
All right. Okay, dear esteemed members of the jury, my name is Haidar Eid, and I am an associate professor of literature and cultural studies at what used to be Al-Aqsa University in Gaza. And I'm speaking to you right now from Johannesburg, South Africa. I spent the first 2 months of the genocide in Gaza itself, where I was displaced 3 times. And after being evacuated by the South African embassy in Ramallah in December 2023, I went from Gaza to South Africa via Egypt. And South Africa has become my 4th displacement. And I want to begin by stating that it is extremely difficult to find an appropriate word that can describe and encompass the horror of what is happening in Gaza other than evil. An absolute evil, devoid of even the most minimal restrictions, controls, and deterrents, which, however superficial, sometimes succeed in curbing the savage evil that lurks beneath the surface and limiting its manifestations. This is an evil devoid of all frameworks and explanations that justify and rationalize its consequences and find excuses for it after the fact itself. Israeli political and military leaders have deliberately unleashed a genocidal war to wreak havoc on Gaza, my hometown, Gaza City, and I myself was born in the Nusayrat refugee camp, making Gaza unlivable, literally unlivable. Israel has severely punished Gaza's population, especially women, children, and the elderly, for daring to challenge its colonial invincibility. I was in Gaza when the deadly hermetic siege of 2006 was imposed and was meant to punish us Palestinians for voting against the Oslo Accords, for voting against the two-state solution, for voting for resistance in all its forms, or rather, as I said, for voting against the Oslo Accords and the so-called two-state solution. Even as the Israeli onslaught continued unabated over the years, it was 17 years later that October 7th presented Israel with the perfect opportunity to take its historically punitive approach towards Gaza to horrific, unprecedented new levels. The personal loss, and I'm supposed to be telling you about my personal experience, and I'm saying it very, very clearly, and I'm not in the habit of doing that. The personal loss has been too tremendous even to grasp. Personally, I have lost 54 relatives, cousins from the Eid clan, and I have lost 39 colleagues from Al-Aqsa University, and I have lost more than 280 students from our university, including some of my best students, literature students. I also have lost all my belongings, my flat, my neighborhood, my family home, my children's school, and my university. 2 days before the implementation of the so-called ceasefire, Trump's Gaza plan, I had received a message from a friend who is still in southern Rimal, or rather what used to be Tel el-Hawa. He wrote it while the Israeli genocidal forces were decimating Gaza City. And I want to quote what my friend sent to me. He said, "The world feels exceptionally dark tonight, and I am struggling to breathe, to stand, to think. I feel like I'm floating through space, like I have lost my footing. Ask any other Gazan and they likely feel the same, utterly hopeless and bereft of words to describe this hell we are witnessing and that my family is experiencing right now. Our city, our beloved Gaza, our defiant Gaza that refuses to play by anyone's rules, home to generations of according to Gaza's Ministry of Health. Now, compare that to the percentage of children dead in the Ukraine conflict, which is 0.3%. And I want to quote also another South African, Navi Pillay, chair of the United Nations Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territories, including Eastern Jerusalem. Last month, she had this to say: "The goal of the Israeli government is abundantly clear: the destruction of life in Gaza. There is an escalating collective hysteria in Israel against everything Palestinian, which is a reflection of the ongoing racist implementation of Zionist ideology, as previous speakers have said. The implementation of Zionism on the ground since 1948. This ongoing genocide can be traced back to 1948. I am a son of refugees from the Zarnuga village, which was ethnically cleansed back in 1948. Both my parents died in 2005, dreaming of the day when the United Nations Resolution 194 would be implemented, when they would be allowed to return to Zarnuga. That unfortunately did not happen. The fact that Israel is a settler colonial state essentially means that, like any other settler colonial state, it is based on either the total extermination of the indigenous population and or ethnic cleansing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Aid. And the next to speak is Noura Erekat, talking about the subject called "We Charge Nakba, Colonial Genocide of the Palestinian People." Ms. Erekat, can you hear me?
Yeah, you do.
Are you with us, Noura?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you. Go on.
Okay. I just want to acknowledge my comrade, Mr. Haidar Eid, Professor Eid. That was quite moving. That's incalculable loss. And may we, in these collective efforts, vindicate those losses with our liberation. My name is Noura Erekat. I'm a legal scholar and a professor at Rutgers University, and I am here in my capacity as an expert in international law. In the time I have, I will address specifically how the genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza is quintessentially colonial in nature and constitutes the cruelest phase of our Nakba. I will conclude on the implications this has for the rest of the world. The jury should consider that Israel, together with its allies, has sought to a confounding Nakba peace. Israel's precedents for such Nakba peace took place between 1947 and 1949, when Zionist militias and later Israel's conventional army conducted military operations that collectively targeted Palestinians in the name of a defensive operation. In Plan Dalet, that plan included the destruction of villages by siege, quote, and conducting a search inside of it, and in the event of resistance, the armed forces must be wiped out and the population expelled outside of the borders of the state, end quote. Framed as defensive, this program of collective punishment aimed at Palestinian civilians and civilian villages resulted in the expulsion of 80% of Palestine's native people and the destruction of 500 villages. No one was punished or has been punished since then. The brazenness of Israel's current campaign is predicated on the normalization of the Nakba. The international community accepted Israel's claim for legal exception in 1948. UN membership on the return of Palestinian refugees, but failed to do so. As Professor Ardiyamsis has written, the international community treated, quote, the new state of Israel as a fait accompli, despite emerging through clear violations of the terms of Resolution 181, as well as international humanitarian and human rights law, and transformed Palestinian refugees into a humanitarian issue whose fate would be determined through political negotiations. The past is the present. More, the Nakba committed in the shadows of the drafting of the Genocide Convention to the newly drafted convention, and Israel, viewed as genocide's canonical victims and reparations, could not be conceived as its first accused genocidaire. The international community further normalized the Nakba in the following decades, particularly UN Security Council Resolution 242 and the crystallized diplomatic consensus for a two-state solution predicated on the removal and forced exile of native Palestinians. Today, Israel is continuing that tradition of an exception, insisting that its military campaign is justifiably pursued for the purpose of ethnic cleansing. And though it may seem genocidal, they tell us, it is necessary for its sustainable and long-term security. This logic says that the proximity of Gaza, inhabited by 2.3 million Palestinians, 2/3 of whom are refugees seeking to return to their original homes, makes the entirety of Gaza and its population, civilian and otherwise, a threat that needs to be removed or permanently subdued, regardless of whether or not they actually pose a military threat. Accordingly, Israel has insisted that to achieve its military purpose of sustainable self-defense, it should not be subject to red lines of combat and is within its sovereign right to remove the Palestinian population and prevent their return. They are not the first colonial power to make such claims. Unfortunately, however, the Genocide Convention, together with ICJ jurisprudence, do not adequately address this colonial violence. Genocide was legislated as its own unique crime that aimed to exterminate a people based on their immutable character precisely because of that character. The final treaty defined genocide in law as comprising two overarching elements: the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, and the commission of specific acts to achieve that goal. What the final text of the treaty did not include in its definition of genocide, however, is also significant. Destruction of a group of people was limited to their physical destruction on purpose. It excluded the destruction of a group's political, economic, cultural, and linguistic existence. As such, the final treaty effectively excised colonialism and its constitutive violence from the scope of the international crime of genocide. The Genocide Convention failed to connect a group's biological life to the land upon which they live, thus obscuring how forced removal from land can be tantamount to a group's destruction even if its members survive. Perhaps most significantly, the convention explicitly does not apply to the destruction of a political group, neglecting the way groups with shared political affiliation can overlap with those who share immutable characteristics, particularly during wars of national liberation and struggles against racist regimes. The treaty condemned the destruction of a people, but not the kind perpetrated by the most powerful states. The way the convention has been interpreted by the ICJ also implies that the specific intent to destroy a group should be understood so narrowly as to exclude the more protracted and systematic destruction of a group across time that has been common throughout settler colonial history. In Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Serbia and Montenegro, for example, the court was not convinced that the mass killings of Bosnians happened with such specific intent. The ICJ discounted the systematic destruction of archives, libraries, monuments, and mosques because the convention only punished physical destruction. On nearly every count, the ICJ drew a very thin line between ethnic cleansing, committed for the purpose of forced removal, and genocide, committed for the purpose of destruction. Ultimately, the ICJ established a high threshold to demonstrate intent, thus reinforcing Western prerogatives to absolve themselves of their crimes. The long-standing normalization of the Nakba, together with the Genocide Convention's colonial blind spots and ICJ jurisprudence that further limits its application, makes it questionable whether the ICJ in its current form can ever really vindicate Palestinians. But failure to properly evolve jurisprudential standards and to adequately contend with genocidal violence in a settler colonial context will say more about the ICJ's relevance than it will about whether Israel has committed genocide. At this point, it is not what the ICJ says about Palestine, but what Palestine has to say about the ICJ and international law more generally. And it is already saying so much. In the past 2 years, the United States in its global role as superpower has had to systematically attack the post-World War II legal order to allow Israel to continue its carnage. Together, the Biden and Trump administrations have made a mockery of the UN Security Council by using its veto 6 times to undermine a multilateral resolution to genocide. They admonished and disregarded the ICJ's provisional measures to prevent genocide, criticized the ICJ ruling on Israel's unlawful presence in the West Bank and Gaza, and imposed on sanctions on anyone aiding the ICC case. Rather than resist the United States, France questioned the ICC's jurisdiction and allowed Netanyahu to fly over its airspace, while Hungary and Poland openly defied the court's arrest warrants. Meanwhile, the U.S. has withdrawn from the Paris Climate Accords, the World Health Organization, and now UNESCO in its bid to continue undermining an international system. It waged a genocide and simultaneously disemboweled international law and the institutions meant to prevent and punish it. As President Gustavo Petro put it aptly, Gaza is a rehearsal for the future. A future where capital sovereignty supplants national sovereignty, where states are led by corporate boards rather than elected governments, where political democracy is attenuated to allow markets to grow unencumbered by the demands for healthcare, labor rights, education, and dignity. We are being primed and desensitized to the violence necessary to forge this dismal future. Palestine is the epicenter of this struggle, where world powers are turning Gaza into a graveyard of international law, as well as basic norms of humanity, including empathy and solidarity. Esteemed jurors, we must defeat these forces in Palestine and save a future for everyone worthy of our children. I urge you to recognize the colonial nature of Israel's campaign, as well as the legal and political limitations that have made calling one of the worst colonial genocides of our time by its name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ericat. And now, probably the hardest part of this entire year for Witness I and the Gaza Tribunal team was choosing the stories that will be in our section for Witness I testimonials. We had countless stories, countless cases, lives that were all extremely important to us, like each one of us, and we were having a really hard time choosing which ones will be on the list. We tried to have a story from every life segment to show that there is no part of life in Gaza that was not destroyed and that was not damaged. So what you will be hearing for the next 4 days, what you have been hearing for the past year with the Witness I testimonials, are true life stories of the people who were surviving genocide, and unfortunately until today 3 of them are no longer with us. So I'm calling for Adwan Abu Muammar for the next few minutes to tell you his story and to tell you his experience, if he's here with us.
هو بالمناشير بيقول لك باعتبار هذه آمنة، لكن رحنا على هذاك البيت جلسنا فيه تقريبا 18 يوم أو أكثر في ليلة 20/12/2023. تم قصف البيت على فيه بدون سابق إنذار وبدون أي شيء. البيت كان يحتوي على أكثر من 10 عائلات، 51 شخص استشهد منهم 30.
51 شخص استشهد 30.
وصيب جلهم نساء وأطفال. 30 جلهم نساء وأطفال.
بدون أي
سابق إنذار، والمشكلة الأكبر إنه الصاروخ اللي بينزل عليك ما بتسمع صوته. هذه الشيء الأكبر. في هذا اللحظة
إنه الاتصالات كانت
مقطوعة، فأنا طلعت على الطابق الثالث لحد التقط إنترنت. دخلت في الطابق الثالث ولقطت إنترنت. فجأة بدون سابق إنذار، يعني لا سمعت صوت ولا حسيت في شيء ولا أي حاجة، فقط الركام الأرض بتهتز زي زلزال والركام بينزل عليك. مال فينا السقف، فإحنا ملنا مع السقف، علقنا بين سقفين بطون.
بمعنى اللي كانوا في الأسفل هم يمكن استشهدوا.
هو البيت نزلوا 3 طوابق على بعض هيك. فاللي في الطابق الأول كلهم استشهدوا. أساسا لو بده يجي الدفاع المدني، هو ما بيجي لأنه ما عنده خبر. لو بده يجي ما في معدات تطلعنا في غز أو تفحر بين الأنقاض، لأنه إحنا في جثث طلعناها أو أشلاء من الجثث صرنا نطلعها بعد 3 يوم ولا 4 يوم. ففي هاي اللحظة كان في بربيش اللي بيكون تحت الكراميكا والبلاط في البناء، فلقيته ماسك، فمسكت فيه، ضليت أشد فيه، ما قدرت أطلع. فزوج خالتي كان جنبي، زقني من وراه وطلعت. فلما وصلت الدرج الآمن قعدت أسحب، ما بعرف سحبت زوج خالتي ولا سحبت خالي، بس سحبت كذا حد معي وبلشنا ننزل. لقيت أنا نزلت على الطابق الأول، والطابق الأول هو كانت المأساة الحقيقية، لأنه كان فعليا فتات، الطابق كان فتات. في هاي اللحظة أنا كنت بصرخ، بنادي أمي، أبويا، تالا، منصور، محمد، أمير، كنت بنادي عليهم، بس للأسف ما حد برد لأنه كانوا مستشهدين، ما حد. فضليت ألفلف حوالين البيت، ما على اساس اشوف حدا منهم، كنت ارجع للمكان اللي كانوا قاعدين فيه. هم كانوا قاعدين هان احكي للناس، كان في مئات الناس، وهذه لحظه مؤلمه حقيقه. يعني كان في عشرات من الناس وانت يعني بتصرخ على اهلك مش على حدا، ما في حد قادر يساعدك، رغم انه ممكن حد منهم يكون صديق مقرب لإلك. فهاي لحظه مؤلمه حقيقه، انه انت حوالين عشرات الناس ما حد قادر يعمل لك إشي. فيومها بتذكر تشبتت في حدا وقلت له خدني على المستشفى، لانه ما في اسعاف ولا في اي شيء. فاخذني بسيارته على المستشفى. دخلت باب المستشفى، مجرد ما دخلت باب المستشفى كان على باب الطوارئ بيطلعوا 3 جثث كانوا ابويا واخواني وانا اصغرهم. فهذه كانت اشد لحظه الما في حياتي، اني شفتهم وانا صغيرهم المدلل هم امامي محروقين او ممكن مختفين الملامح. فكنت فاقد 2 بالاحرى بالاكثر، هي امي وبنت اختي، امي وتالا. تالا هذه كانت بنت اختي 9 سنين، ملاك. قتلت بالخوف، لانه اللي اسعفها قالنا اخر اشي لما شلتها كانت تتنفس وحكت لي امانه ثم انقطع نفسها، وهي كانت كثير بتخاف. عرفنا انها قتلت بالخوف من هذا الموقف.
توقف قلبها بشدة الخوف.
فاحد اقاربي بيقول لي في وحده كانت لابسه ترنج جاكيت اسود وجاكيت احمر وترنج وبنطلون اسود، هيك عمرها 9 سنين 10 سنين. مين هاي؟
عرفت انها فعلا.
فمسكت فيه قلت له تالا وينها؟ طلع فيا وسكت، قال لي استشهدت. قلت له الحمد لله مش تحت الانقاض. هذا كان ردي عليه، لانه كنت خايف تكون تحت الانقاض اكثر من انها استشهدت. صباح التعرف على الجثث كان اصعب من اليوم السابق. انت بدك تدخل تتعرف من بين 30 جثه على اعز داسك، لابك وابوك واخوانك واختك، الناس اللي قضيت معهم طول حياتك، تفتقدهم في هاي الاجواء وتفتقدهم في هذا الالم في هذه الايام. كانت اصعب لحظه انه انا امي ما قدرت اتعرف عليها.
كانت الجثة مشوهة؟
ملامح مخفيه تهت فيها 3 مرات. يعني انت صواريخ لاول مره ترمى انه تخلي الجثه كامله بس تخفي الملامح.
غريب،
عجيب مش غريب. يا ريت حرق البشره كامله صفيه بس فيش ملامح، ما بتقدر تعرف. انا في هاي
لا يشبه شيء شفته في حياتك.
صحيح،
مقطع لا هي محروق.
صحيح، لا مش محروقه، ملامح مخفيه فقط. البشره هي كما هي لكن ملامح مخفيه. فهذا وصلني لحد الجنون. لحتى الان انا بفكر في هذه اللحظه في حياتي. انا دفنت اهلي كلتين في حضن بعض، كلتين بيحبوا بعض، دفنتهم في حضن بعض في قبر واحد. للان لا زلت اتمنى اني لو حضنوني في تلك القبور.
Be hearing the next testimony. Multiple violations of the international law and the laws of war. Hopefully it will not be too stressful for you, but the truth is not so easy in this case, especially in the case of Gaza genocide.
جنات سريم يعني أبشع مناظر يعني ممكن تتخيلها في حياتك. وأنا هذا عشان الشهادة يعني. كانوا مسلين في الناس. كان في بيت شبه مهدوم كانوا حاطين فيه بنت صبية مع الأسف. كانت يعني شبه يعني خالعة ملابسها طبعا بالإكراه عايشة. واقفة زي يعني زي إهانة، إنه هذا أنتوا، هذا إحنا، شوف إيش راح بنسوي فيكم.
يعني هم مجبرينها على التعري وحاطينها في مكان اللي مارر عنها يشوفها.
يعني البنت كانت في حالة نفسية صعبة جدا. امها كانت وراها، مجرد ما البنت كل ما بدها تخش مثلا لجوا الام تصرخ عليها وعدهم طخونا وعدهم طخونا. ناهيك طبعا عن يعني كانت ايام صعبة.
ماذا رأيت ايضا على حاجز نتساريم؟
اشلاء، شهداء بتحللوا، إذلال، إنسان شايل جريح أو شايل طفل أو طفلة بعمر أعوام، بقول له سيبها أعطيها لأي حدا وتعال.
كانوا يعتقلوا الشباب وأيضا الفتيات من الحاجز، يختاروا بشكل عشوائي، صحيح؟
الكبار والصغار والحوامل، ما في يعني ما في أي تمييز.
كل جرائم الإبادة موجودة في الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. ما خلى، أنا حكيت من الأول، لا خلى شجر ولا خلى حجر ولا خلى مسجد ولا خلى جنين ولا خلى طفل ولا خلى رجل مسن أو شاب أو إلى آخره. حتى بالأمس في مدينة رفح يعني حفروا حفرة كبيرة في إجلاء سكان مدينة رفح بعد الهدنة. وضعوا الشباب جميعهم في حفرة كبيرة وأعدموهم إعدامات ميدانية مع الأسف أمام أهلهم.
النساء يصفوا على جنب، وطبعا الطريقة يعني اللي خلوهم يصفوا فيها على جنب يعني جلوس وحاطين ايديهم على رقابهم ومطملين رؤوسهم، يعني هي الطريقة. والشباب، في شباب عملوا لهم نفس النساء نفس الطريقة، ولكن في شباب أخذوهم ضربوهم ادعوا إنهم من حماس. وفي أطلقوا الكلاب عليهم، أكلتهم الكلاب. أنا عمي كان موجود بالمستشفى، عمي فكان معي، هو كان مرافق، هو وماما وإخواتي كانوا معي موجودين بالمستشفى. هو عمي كان مدني، كان مسالم، بس هو كان طبيب تحاليل طبية، فأخذته اليهود وكانوا بدهم يعتقلوه وأطلقوا الكلاب عليه. يعني إحنا تعبنا فيه إنه هو ما اعتقلوهم اليهود، يعني يضلوا
يعني
موجود.
الكلاب نهشته وهو موجود في المستشفى.
صحيح.
كيف
أطلقوا الكلاب على عدد من
كيف وضعه الصحي؟
الحمد لله أحسن، يعني هو طبيب وأحسن الحمد لله وضعه.
يعني هو تهمته إنه هو طبيب مخبري.
صحيح. والأطفال كانوا كتير خايفين بسبب الموقف اللي صار، يعني جنود وأسلحة وكواد كابتر ورصاص ومنظر الأهالي وهم يعني نزلين حاطينهم أيديهم فوق رقابهم. هذا منظر كتير بخوف. وبالنسبة للأطفال يعني في ناس، يعني أنا بتذكر الولد اللي جنبي كان ينادي على أمه يحكي لها ماما أنت بخير، أنت منيحة. فأنا يعني صرت أهدي فيه أحكي له أمك منيحة وإن شاء الله ما راح يصير شيء، لأنه يعني اليهود طخت عدد من الناس أمامنا، يعني من الناس اللي كانوا موجودين.
وهناك كان لدي أحد أبناء العم أيضا كانوا من ضمن الفريق الطبي داخل المستشفى كمان العدوان، وبقي حتى آخر نفس يعني في المستشفى، وتم اعتقال جميع الكادر الطبي حاليا في من المستشفى، وبيتم فرض عليهم يعني حتى أن عرض المنسق الإسرائيلي على صفحته فيديو لابن عمي وهو يتحدث. الصوت ليس صوته، وحركة الشفاء ليست منه، لكن ركبوا عليه صوت بأنه نحن من كتائب القسام ومن المقاومة ونختبئ بين المستشفيات ونحاول أن نحمي أنفسنا بين المرضى.
يعني هم كمان مش استهداف فقط، بيعملوا استغلال
والتربية تاعتهم ونشرها بطريقة أنه هذا هو الكادر الطبي، هو أساسا من المخربين والإرهابيين وإلى آخره.
Is still with us, so I will ask if the jury and the penny have questions for her.
Are there any questions from the jury for Noura Erakat? We're returning to the segment where Noura was speaking. Haida has left, so just Noura. question.
My question pertains to not just what the ICJ could declare. When we identify this, what would be internationally, talking about international law, sanctions, I wanted to understand more about states that can go after systems and after countries such as the Zionist regime, like what the Houthis or the Yemenis or others. Do they have the right to intervene into, militarily speaking, into countries that have already been identified as genocidal states? What are the limits by which other people could also, other than countries? What would be the international law point of view?
Thanks, Sami. Noura.
Thank you for that question. I want to start by saying, absolutely, third parties have a right to intervene. Let me give you the basis on which that can be done, and then the impediments. So the primary basis on which that can be done is collective, is the duty to prevent genocide, by which these states, all by observing that they have this duty, have then the right to intervene in order to prevent genocide. That's one. The second basis that it could be done is based on collective self-defense, which is, one of the only two exceptions to the prohibition on the use of force in the UN Charter, that they can, in order to defend themselves against what's happening in the region, can also mobilize that right. The third basis upon which they can intervene is based on the recognition of the Palestinians and their leadership as nascent sovereigns who are asking for third-party intervention. So there is not a lack of legal bases upon which states can mobilize in order to intervene in many ways, including militarily, to protect the Palestinians from this ongoing genocide. The impediments to this are a few. The first is the fact that we have been told over and over by Western powers that we don't know if there's a genocide unless there's a legal ruling, hence this emphasis on both how the U.S. has been trying to disembowel the International Court of Justice, together with the fact how the Court of Justice and the Genocide Convention itself has colonial blind spots, as well as an erasure of Nakba. So this compounds that challenge. That said, I think it's very clear that this legal argument about what the ICJ says or is going to say is a deflection. It's a political deflection. No other cases have been contingent on an ICJ finding in order to find genocide, especially because the convention is meant to prevent, not merely to punish, this crime. In the U.S.'s case in particular, before the Biden administration stepped down, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken declared that there was a genocide of the Masalit ethnic tribe in the Darfur region of the Sudan without a judicial finding. And when pressed on this topic, the ambassador on international crimes for the United States deflected and basically said that they could find that there was genocide in the Sudan, but that in Palestine they wanted to wait for the court, making very explicit this double standard, which then finally is the greatest challenge: whether states have the right to mobilize and to intervene and have the legal basis to do so. This is a matter of political will, and the pressure placed upon them, probably outright threats as well, as we've seen threats being imposed by the United States, and actual punishment in the form of sanctions, for example, on the ICC, including the prosecutor Karim Khan, Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese, and 3 Palestinian human rights organizations who were the first 3 to submit to the court in November 2023 charges of apartheid and genocide, PCHR, Al-Haq and Al-Mizan. These are the political barriers which we as an international community are gathered in order to overcome.
Thank you, Noura. time for one more question, but if you have no questions, thank you. Well, I think we can call the session to an end.
Yes, we can call it a day. I guess today we have done a lot of work. Thank you all very much for being with us today and for listening, all of the things that we had to say, everything very useful. Tomorrow we will be continuing with our plan. So second day of our conference will start at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we will start with a session called The Crimes, Starvation, Ecocide, and Domicide. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow morning.